Thank you all so much. What an incredible adventure it has been for the last 2.5 decades. And the adventure continues. From here in beautiful San Diego, California, home of Daybreak and Darkpaw games, to the super fan ambassadors, you guys that are here with us in person at the San Diego Comic-Con Museum, to our players and fans that are watching this live stream all over the world, I want to welcome all of you to Fippy Fest. So now you're wondering, okay, what is Fippy Fest? What is this all about? Well, you might think that this is a celebration of the legacy of EverQuest and EverQuest II. And it is. The numbers alone are a testament to the strength of this game. 28 years of development. It is the longest running MMORPG with continuous development. 25 years of a live service game on EverQuest, and a sequel that is approaching 20 years in its 20th anniversary later this year. 50 expansions have been released across both games, an incredible number. And every year since launch in 1999, for 24 consecutive years, EverQuest has released a new expansion, and in some years, 2 in 1 year. And for the 25th year in a row, Darkpaw is expected to continue that legacy this year. Absolutely. You're going to hear a little bit of info about those latest expansions for both games throughout this live streaming broadcast and for our fans that are watching this live stream. And you're going to see a few cool things as well. In the game, over the past 25 years, in EverQuest, over 9 million characters that have been created to adventure across Norrath. Nearly 900 zones are available to explore, 400,000 NPCs to accidentally hit auto attack like I seem to do every single time. 160,000 items in the game. It's over 2.5 decades of the world of Norrath. And Fippy Fest is a celebration of that. But that's not what's at the heart of Fippy Fest. Fippy Fest is a celebration of the tenacity of the Darkpaw pack. Now, I don't mean the team at Darkpaw Games that is here. Yes, they keep the games growing strongly, and they are a part of that pack. But I mean you, the players, the fans, those that have joined us in person, and all of you that are watching and streaming from around the world. The developers, too. You are a part of that. Fippy Fest is about the EverQuest community. The community that, like Fippy Darkpaw himself, is tenacious and is passionate. And like the game studio that shares his name, like EverQuest, it just keeps going. I want to tell you guys a little bit about that community. But to do so, let me introduce myself. My name is Rob Ellis, and I'm a super fan of EverQuest. Thank you very much. Some of you know me as Fading in-game. Some of you from the EverQuest show as Fading. Like all of you, I love this game. I love this community so much. From that first moment that I stepped foot in the game, seeing the Fadark city of Kelethin, this huge forest with all the elven splendor, and adventuring across those wooden platforms, you know, the rope bridges, and then subsequently falling to my death and going splat. We all did it. We know we all did it. That first woolly mammoth that I saw in Everfrost Peaks, it was huge. It stood 3 times the size of my character. I was playing with my childhood friend Kevin back then, and he had moved away after college. EverQuest was our way to continue to play together, even though we were several states away. Both of us outfitted in the best banded gear at the time, by the way. We attacked it, and with 2 mighty swings of the gores of its tusks, I went splat yet again. I was a ranger back then, by the way. I quickly learned that ranger was synonymous with splat, and very quickly, I learned that that's the life of a ranger. So, the very first raid I went on, in Luckland, we were going to a place called Akiva Ruins. I was a level 42 enchanter. I decided to change to an enchanter by that point. That settled into my main as Fading. It was my first interaction with the larger EverQuest community. I had met other people in the game, online world, my first guild. They invited me along to this raid. We were engaging something called the Itrier Vius. I know some of you know it, the IV, they called it. This terrifying, huge, cloaked figure. There must have been 50 of us gathered around, trying to work together to accomplish this goal. I stood there looking around, kind of at the spectacle of it all, All of these people working together, not really paying attention that my hit points were slowly dropping due to the AE. And you guessed it, I went splat yet again. I found out that enchanters went splat a lot faster than rangers did, at least back then they did when I played. But the community, my guild, they were there. The battle raged on. They continued to fight. Ivy's hit points dropped very, very slowly because it's Luckland and the hit points were huge. As the battle raged on, they rezzed me back into the fight, right into the AE, only to go splat yet again, and again, and again. Now, after 25 years of playing, we've all gotten a little bit better, at least I hope so. We've all learned a little bit. I've learned a little bit more about playing an enchanter and raiding. But that community spirit, it remains. Now, I've been fortunate enough through the EverQuest show to be able to interview some members of the community to showcase some of these amazing stories. Stories from Veterica, which we saw in our introduction video, the EverQuest player who suffers from MS, who plays the game to escape the pain in real life, and can jump and run and play in the world of Norath and can play with her grandkids. She became her character, Veterica. Stories from Linda Carlson, who you also saw. Brass, we all know her and love her. I have big shoes to fill by hosting this event in her place. Went on from a player in the game, meeting her real-life husband, to becoming a games developer herself, all because of EverQuest. Stories from numerous other couples that share that same online story. They met as characters in an online world, but realized they wanted to share their real world together, get married in real life, all because of EverQuest. Their children exist because of EverQuest. Stories from the developers who are as passionate about the world of Norath as the players are. Recently, I had a chance for the EverQuest show to interview over a dozen of the developers. And I asked the usual questions, the EverQuest stuff, servers, code, NPCs, zones, dragons. But the final question I posed was this: why do you think EverQuest has lasted as long as it has? Why does this game endure? Interview after interview, they all gave the same answer. Worded slightly differently, but in general, the answers were all the same. The fans, the players, the community. At first, I thought, wow, their marketing team is really good. They've prepped them really well. But that same day, I had a chance to interview several other members of the EverQuest developer community and other members that were not a part of the developers, even from former years of EverQuest. I posed the same question. Why do you think EverQuest has lasted so long? They weren't prepped by a marketing team, but their answer was the same. The fans, the players, the community. Because it's obvious. EverQuest and EverQuest II, the community is here, what we are celebrate today. Community. This is what Fippy Fest is all about. Now, while this is the first day of Fippy Fest for all of our Fippy Fest live streamers, for some of you, for EverQuest and EverQuest II's biggest fans that are joining us here in the room today, Fippy Fest is now in day 2. I want you to check out some of the experience our Fippy Fest ambassadors had yesterday in person here in San Diego. Take a look. We are here in beautiful San Diego, California at the San Diego Comic-Con Museum for the start of Fippy Fest 2024. All right, it is the start of day 1. We are here for breakfast, and then in just a moment, all the attendees, the developers, the players, the fans, they're all going to go inside for a little welcome reception to start our big journey throughout San Diego for Fippy Fest.
I've been playing EverQuest since 2001. My mom bought it for me as a Christmas present back in the day, and probably the best thing she ever did because she probably saved a lot of money. I didn't have to go out and do anything. So just kind of seeing an in-person event for the first time. I think the thing I was most excited about was meeting the devs. Just thanking them for the time that they put into the game and all the care that they take with it and all the things that they've done to kind of keep it going over the years. I think 25 years for EQ1 is a lot of time and a lot of effort that's been put into that. So just meeting them and thanking them is worth it enough for me.
We spend all year making stuff and trying to be creative, but we don't get to see the faces of our customers when they experience that content. So seeing them in person, seeing them in something like this, it means a lot to us. It recharges us. It gives us energy to hit that next thing we're doing.
So we've all arrived here at daybreak and tours are going on, but this is what is really the star of the tour. It's the Keith Parkinson and other artist artwork, incredible stuff. These are the actual original oil paintings that the Fippy Fest attendees have had a chance to see. It's incredible artwork. The detail is really difficult to describe until you see them up close, and our Fippy Fest attendees have had a chance to see that today.
They have an idea of what Daybreak Game is. And they come here and they say, wow, I've been thinking about these paintings. I've been thinking about the history of this. And they get a glimpse of that. The really cool thing about Fippy Fest is we get to meet with these players who have spent so much of their life in this game. And they get to see that we are real players too. And we really care about the EverQuest franchise, and we hope to keep it going for another 25 years.
It has been an awesome couple of days so far here at Fippy Fest. I think our players and developers have enjoyed themselves. Wouldn't you guys say? It's really been incredible to have everyone here in San Diego that's enjoying the celebrations for 25 years of EverQuest and 20 years of EverQuest II. It's been a wonderful way for the developers, past and present, to thank them and for them to thank us for the 25 years, this wonderful gift of this online world. Now, some of those past developers, and members of the community couldn't be with us for Fippy Fest, but they did want to send along some messages to all of us for this event. Take a look.
Hey everybody, I am Jeffrey Zetkin, or GZ, or as you may know me, the Archmage of North, and just wanted to say thank you to EverQuest for an amazing 25, or in this case, 28 years since I've been there for a while, and congratulations to everybody.
Hello there, it's Linda Carlson, or Brass the Dwarf. I'm here to thank the EverQuest franchise. 25 years of EverQuest, and EverQuest II entering its 20th year. Thank you for bringing us all the ability to share an online space. You've given us careers, you've given us families, you've given us comfort over some very difficult years. And here's to the next 25.
Hello, I'm Scott Hartzman, former Technical Director of EverQuest and Tech Director and later head of EverQuest II. Working on EverQuest and EverQuest II was one of the greatest honors of my career. What made them so special was the friendships. Between players, and with other developers. Lifelong friendships that really withstand the test of time, just like the games themselves. Happy 25th birthday, EverQuest. Here's to the next 25.
Absolutely. Now, like any good pack, any good team, it's only as good as the leader. And for Darkpaw Games, that leader has to know an immense amount about a very immense set of games in a very immense world. It's not just a technical sense that they need to know about, but a business sense, good game development sense, and because the longevity of the game is tied to the community, they need to have a good sense about people. A good leader knows and understands this. Now, she's not only the leader for the team of developers, but also a leader in the community inside and out. Please join me in welcoming to the stage the head of Darkpaw Studios, Jen Chan.
Hello, and thank you all for being here. It's an honor to celebrate 25 years of all the multiverses of EverQuest. And first off, I would like to thank all of you, our players and fans, because without y'all, the game wouldn't exist today. And I'd like to thank the past and present team, keeping the game thriving with new expansions, new content, and new features every single year. So please, join me in a round of applause for everyone that has helped make this celebration so special. So I'd like to take a moment to talk to you about why EverQuest is so special to me and why I'm honored to still be serving all of you. Reflecting back on my sweet 16 years as a developer on EverQuest, one silver cord shined the brightest. And that silver cord was connected to the people. The communities that you have built, the lives that you have saved, and the families that we have all found. All of it wouldn't be here without all of you willing to lend an ear or a hand to those that are struggling through something. You have all truly changed people's lives for the better. It's been a wild ride, and we have a bright future ahead of us. And I hope to celebrate another 25 more years.
Thank you so much, Jen. I have so many questions now as we get into this next day of Fippy Fest. A lot of things that I want to bring up. Let's start with this year, 2024, being declared the Year of Darkpaw. There is so much that is happening. What can you tell us about what's been happening this year?
So I'd love to talk to you first about our soundtracks. So we've been releasing soundtracks of our previous expansions every month. And Jay Latterwasser, our audio engineer, he's been lovingly going through and organizing all of the music. And for him, it was like sifting through a time capsule or even reading the rings of a tree stump. The evolution of games became very transparent, especially with EQ. You could see the way the technology changed and progressed throughout the eras. A quick stat that he had provided, EQ currently has 400 pieces of music, totaling 13 and a half hours. And EQ2, not to be outdone, has over 700 different pieces of music, totaling for 15 and a half hours.
I know some people don't play with the music and sound on. I am one of the people that does play with the music and sound on, so I appreciate every second of that music. One of the things that we've been talking about for Darkpaw, for the Year of Darkpaw, is the anniversary tower. It's been a big success. But talk to us a little bit about that, because it's been so much fun to enjoy.
So about last year, May, June-ish, I prompted the entire development team to think of things that we could do to celebrate these milestone anniversaries. And normally, big content release ideas come from the design team. But the anniversary tower came from a relatively new environment artist, Chris Merlot.
Where's Chris? Where's Chris? Right there.
So this story is from them. So when the challenge came up, there was one big question, and that is, when you're trying to honor so much history, where do you go? And the natural answer is, well, everywhere. So we did.
It's been incredible.
Yeah, and so the tower is a love letter to the series. It's also a great sightseeing tour across Norath because it features 11 locked magical rooms that are recreations of places that you can visit in Norath today. It's also a gigantic art gallery featuring some of the never-before-seen concept art from over the years. I know the first time that I went through the gallery, I was like, are we sure that's ours? I've never seen that. And it being a year-long event with a new tower every month, it's meant to be savored, not inhaled, very much like a party that you never want to end.
And we certainly don't want this party to end anytime soon, do we? All right. So we've talked about EverQuest, the anniversary tower, but EverQuest II has its own set of events that are going on for the Year of Darkpaw. Talk to us a little bit about that.
Absolutely. So the biggest event that we are doing in EverQuest II is the Masquerades of Divinity. And this was really the brainchild of senior designer Carlos Mora.
Where's Carlos? There he is. He's over there.
So we asked him, what was the inspiration for the masquerades? Where did you come up with this idea? And he recalled the feeling of seeing the avatars of the gods back in Echoes of Fëdor, back when they were the new hotness. And it was also that same feeling that he got from all of those GM events in EverQuest. And so it was that awe-inspiring feeling, and the fact that they were interacting with us, you know, just mere mortals, and that amazing feeling stuck with him all of these years. And so with the 20th anniversary, we are trying to recreate that feeling from before by having the gods, new and old, participate directly through their avatars, challenging the player's mettle.
Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. So this is the question that I really want to ask, because in the Year of Darkpaw, you've brought back one of the things that me, as a super fan, as a collector of all of the EverQuest swag, I've been really excited to hear. Bringing back the swag store. Are there any plans for the Year of Darkpaw as we continue to expand that?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I have...
Oh, she's a magician. I didn't know she played a magician class.
I have these lovingly drawn new commissions of the cloth maps from the original artist, Rick Schmitz. We have one from EverQuest 1, and these are amazing. They feel great. And obviously, they're pretty large. And then we also have one for EverQuest 2.
And these were done by Rick Schmitz, the original artist.
Yes,
is that correct?
That is correct.
And they look incredible, and they do feel quite nice. And these are going to be available in the swag store?
Yes, they're available in the swag store right now.
So they went live this morning. So if you're on the stream, you can hit the swag store. Very cool looking. We don't even have copies of these, so this is amazing. One of the things that people are most anxious to tune into Fippy Fest for is some new information. New information about the games, what's coming for the future. One of the things that's been happening over the past several months is the beta that's going on for the next EverQuest II server that's going to be launching. Do you have any information on that for us?
Well, I'm pleased to announce EverQuest 2's Origin server and Nasty Soul will go live next Wednesday. June 19th at noon.
So these guys here, they've been waiting for the server. So you guys can't see them here, but they are definitely waiting for it. Of course, one of the things that we really want to hear, is all the players want to hear, is what's going to happen with expansion releases for later in the year for both EverQuest and EverQuest 2. We've passed this big milestone. As we head into the future, what's in store for us?
Well, so for EverQuest, our 31st expansion is named The Outer Brood.
Okay, everybody got that? The Outer Brood.
And for EverQuest 2's 21st expansion, we're calling it The Scars of Destruction.
All right. So there's your tease. It's been an exciting time. Great information that we have all throughout the day here. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Jen Chan, head of studio for Darkpaw Games. Now, there is so much more in store for Fippy Fest. You're going to hear a little bit more about the expansions. You're going to get a little bit of a tease. We've got a lot happening for Fippy Fest. We've got some incredible panels. We've got incredible EverQuest art. There's an in-game hide and seek that's going to be ongoing for both EverQuest and for EverQuest 2. And the devs are going to answer some of your community questions as well as questions from the community that is here. But up first, now that you've gotten a little taste of what Jen has told us about the expansions, how about something a little more visual? So up next, our making of EverQuest and EverQuest 2 expansions. We're going to have developers on the stage to talk a little bit about what it's like to make expansions. Fippy Fest is a celebration of the passion and the history of EverQuest and EverQuest 2. Now, as fans, we all have our special memories and our favorite aspects of the games that we love. But what about the developers? They have their favorites too.
My name is Daniel Hosford, and I'm the engineering manager for EverQuest 2.
I'm Lisa McLaurin. I'm the engineering manager for EverQuest.
Hi, I'm Ryan Shannon. I'm a senior game designer on EverQuest.
My name is Carlos Mora, and I'm known as Ninja, and I'm a senior designer too on EverQuest 2, mainly raid content.
My name is Robert Fouts. I'm the lead system designer for EverQuest 2.
And what would you say is your most significant contributions to the game or games?
Well, the servers are up, I think. I think that there's a lot of cool things that we've done together on the code team, and I wouldn't try to take credit for them. I would say that some of the things that we've worked on in the past few years that I think are really awesome are randomized loot, level up progression, things like the server loot bonus, and most recently alternate personas.
The single biggest thing that I've ever done is the overseer system. But the overseer system is interesting because I didn't actually get to design it. I got brought onto the team as it was being started. And I ended up kind of like, well, I guess I was overseeing its development because it took many, many months for us to get it out the door. That was, but it was a very big project, and it's probably the biggest single contribution I've made to EQ so far to date.
I guess if I had to choose, though, it'd probably be Tower of Frozen Shadow. I was a huge fan of that in EQ1, and I lived in there for probably years combined. And when I got the opportunity to work on it in EQ2, I was just like jumped at it. I was like throwing blows, trying to get everybody to know that's my zone. So yeah, I really loved the way it turned out, and I put a lot of effort and time and personal story and stuff into it to kind of further it along what had already been done.
So let's kind of talk about some of your favorite things in the game. Let's start with, do you have any favorite zones in the game?
Yeah, so my totally favorite zone of all time is definitely Plane of War. It has a lot of really challenging content, and it's also like nostalgic and cool that they added that so much later on in the game.
What about favorite NPCs, or it could be the actual NPC because of the story, or NPC models because it looks really cool in the game? You have any favorites there in either game?
I mean, I'm a big fan of Lucan because he's so iconic, for one.
Probably in Echo Caverns, when the gnome is like trying to get your help to fix the dirigible, and something spawns behind you and runs at you, and he's like, "What's the McGillicuddy is that thing?" And it just was like so jarring and out of place, but was an interesting kind of diversion to the dialogue to make something attack you, and I really liked the way it turned out. It was just humorous.
Did I read somewhere that there's a specific NPC that you like to use for testing certain things?
Oh, like the Paladin Pig, or it could be. I mean, I usually spawn a pig, and it was one I think put in by Rob called we could test pig, or I think one of them's called the Paladin Pig, and we just spawned this thing and set it invulnerable, and I think we've probably killed that pig over 1 million times by now.
He's been subject to torture.
Absolutely, but he gets the job done. He helps us, excuse me, find and fix the bugs.
This is a big year for both games, milestone year. Why would you say that this anniversary is special to you?
Well, this anniversary is special to me because it's been 20 years since I started playing the game. It's just one of those groundbreaking milestones of getting this far and this long with a game that stays this popular.
I mean, 25 years is pretty awesome for any game, and 20 for ours. And but I mean, EverQuest has always held a special place in my heart. It's always been the game that I keep playing, whereas others I tend to play for a bit and move on. I can always come back to EverQuest and have a good time, whether it be EverQuest 1 or 2.
I think 25 years is a really incredible accomplishment for any game, and especially for EQ. I think EQ really keeps impressing all of us, players and developers, with how well it continues to do after so long.
What is it you would say that you like the most about the community for both EverQuest and EverQuest II? It's all about the community, but what is it you think that really embodies that? What is it about the community?
Passion. I mean, the community, what makes our communities special is the passion. It doesn't matter if their passion is sometimes in agreement, sometimes it's in disagreement, but they're always passionate. They love the game, and they're passionate about saying, hey, we want it to be better. We want it to continue forever. And that helps us be passionate about trying to do that exact thing with them. Make it better. Make it last forever. Do everything we possibly can to do both of those things, because their passion is what helps feed our passion.
They're the most passionate and just dedicated fans that you could hope for. I mean, the fact that this game has been running for as long as it is obviously due to the community, right? And they help us on all levels. I mean, they help us find bugs. They help us, basically just keep the game going. I mean, we couldn't do without them. So, I mean, their passion and dedication has got to be, at the heart of it.
When you have been playing a game for like over 2 decades, right, there is a difference in how much you care about it and how much it means to you. than there are in other games. And I think that like matters. I think that that's an important thing to keep in mind, like as developers, right? When we're working on the product, that how the depth of how much people actually care about this game is a very important thing for us to respect as developers, and to also care about and to like nourish to the best of our ability. And like, I guess I hope as developers, like we can continue to provide the experience that these players, have been enjoying for decades, for as long as they want to keep playing the game.
One of the things that made the fan conventions for a long time so successful are the panels, and with this milestone year, we thought we'd talk about what it's like to go into the making of the 50 expansions that are now available for EverQuest and EverQuest II. So, here to talk about those expansions, I have a panel here. I'm going to introduce them all. Adam Bell, Design Manager for EverQuest. Alan Van Koevering, Assistant Manager of Content for EverQuest. Kyle Valee, our Creative Director for EverQuest II. And Nathan McCall, our Lead Content Designer for EverQuest II. I've got to give you this stat. So on this couch, collectively, there is 87 years of experience working on EverQuest. That's incredible. They don't like when I mention that stat, but the players like when we mention that stat. So I want to start at the beginning. And Adam, I want to start with you. How do you start? Where do you begin when it comes to developing an expansion?
Well, it's a relatively simple process. We all give a little warning, and then we start with a set of pitches. We review all the pitches and then decide which pitch we want to work with. Once we've found the pitch that we like, we refine the story, make sure we're telling the story we want to tell. And then we continue going from there. Then we figure out what zones we're going to do and figure out what stories we want to tell in each zone. And just keep iterating on that for a few months. And then we start making the game.
And what is that timeline like for EverQuest specifically? What's the timeline of developing an expansion look like? How long does it take?
Typically, it's the whole time for an expansion is probably a year and 5 months. Now, there is some overlap. We will still be working on the previous expansion while we're working on the next expansion. So there is overlap time where we're mostly writing stories while we're finishing up the previous expansion.
So I posed the question for EverQuest. So Kyle, I want to go to you and pose it for EverQuest II. What is that timeline like for you? How is it different and how is it the same?
Whoa, it's pretty similar. Everybody kind of on the team has ideas what they want to do for an expansion, so we do pitches like what they're saying. But sometimes we also have passion projects. We've had a couple expansions in the past 5 years that were passion projects that we've been talking about for years that we wanted to do. So we pitch them, we talk about them, and then typically once we've decided, what the expansion's going to be, we turn it over to this man, and he kind of goes and does all this incredible, research, and then we kind of come back and talk about it and decide what direction the expansion's going to go, and who are the baddies and who are the goodies, and what's going to kill you.
And Kyle, is the timeline the same?
No, our timeline is a bit different. It's about a year. I mean, it's more like, no, it's about a year. I mean, we start planning December, January. So we launch the expansion in November, right? And then we start planning December, January, and then we have to get all the zone documents done and stuff ready for art so that art can start as soon as possible, on the overland zones or dungeons or whatever we're doing.
What is it that takes the most time? Where does your time go? What is it that takes the most effort?
Well, I mean, it all takes a good amount of effort, but I mean, the art definitely takes the most time. I mean, and every year our artists raise the bar. Like every year, it's like, oh, last year this is the coolest zone I have ever seen, and then guess what? They're they're like, oh, you like that? Well, watch this. So
Very
yeah,
cool.
it's pretty cool.
Alan, I want to ask you, you know, we talk about the content that has to go into these expansions, and one of the things that you have to do is tell a story. That's something that you have to come up with. So what type of stories do you enjoy telling? What are the things that you like to talk about when you're developing these expansions?
An expansion is always about some large overarching, like you're saying, what's the big bad? What are they going to fight? And all that's important. And you need a great setting. You need fantastic artists, which we do have, to set a scene. But for me, the key to link a person to a story is someone talking about it, some real person. Like, you can see a dragon flying over and destroying things. That's cool. But unless somebody's being affected by it, it isn't as interesting of a story. It doesn't link to the player. And for Veil of Valeris, which is one of my favorites, we normally reward people for doing the expansion with loot, cash, whatever. This time we decided to give them story, and the fun part I got to do there was, I'm going to shorten this because I know that you're looking at me like, hurry up.
No.
But
no, because I know we have an asset for Veil of Valeris, and if they want to bring that up, that's what I was looking at, because I know we have
cool.
some of the art for Veil of Valeris. If they have that available, we'll bring it up for you. But continue.
Yeah, but for me, I wanted to tell. So the Norathian gods are creatures created from a magical plane. They exist regardless of that anybody cares that they're there. Most fantasy lore has gods that are powered by their worshippers. So if you worship the god is stronger, then the god gives you the power back as magic, more or less. The Elarian gods are those kinds of gods. The Norathian gods are not. So we wanted to show the difference between those two kinds of gods and get that lore out there in case people had missed it, because I thought people had. But the fun part was I got to write stories about each of those individual Elarian gods becoming gods from normal Elarians, which are not normal Norathians, but different story. And they, as they become more and more famous, they do more and more notable things. They become more and more heroic and then more and more godly. And I got to write a bunch of stories for those and then give them as rewards for players who, as they finish the expansion, and they talk to these Sentry Stones, which are now off the screen again. And that's how they get the stories, because those stones had been there forever, and they were brought across from Alaris when they came.
And VOA is one of my favorite expansions. If you haven't had a chance to play through the content, it really is one of the real big stories that, its storytelling is intricate in that expansion. Nathan, I want to go to you for a moment because you're so enthusiastic about the quality of the content and the stories that you guys tell in EQ2. You're so passionate about it. How are you able to tell those stories in EQ2? How is it different?
Oh, how's it different? Well, everything sets the stage for a story, right? You've got everything around you, whether it's the location, what you're fighting, what it is you're actually doing. The quest journals, there's every part of it is going into the storytelling, right? All of that should be part of it. And but one of the complex things about EQ2 is that I'm working with a history that is shared between the two games. And so having to parse through all of the known history of both games, our shared one timeline, and trying to figure out, like what happened in their timeline that I have to still honor because it happened before Planes of Power. So it better be part of our same shared history.
And how do you keep that all straight?
Oh, I don't. I have got a database, I have got search engines, I have got that, and that's what Kyle was referring to when he said, like, okay, we then give it over so that he can go over and do his magic. That is all investigation work. I look into what is it that players know? What is it they think they know? What is it that in-game has shared? So I have to look at all of that. And I love those little tidbits that I can find out there that might be like threads that were kind of just like, maybe it was a statement said on the side and not really thought about as being serious. And then I can pick that up and go, oh, no, this is something.
Alan, I want to go back to you because the VOA totem there is now showing. So we were talking about the gods as well and just telling these stories. And it's just so interesting when we talk about trying to keep some connectivity between the games. But, the pantheon of Norath, not just what's going on in Alaris, because that was a whole new pantheon. How do you talk about that kind of pantheon, the gods of the game?
It's hard. First of all, I want to appreciate you because I don't have to do all that. I don't have to know anything about your game at all, and I try not to because it would just confuse me. So I appreciate all your effort. I really do.
Thank you.
I don't know how to. That's a really interesting question. I've never really thought about it that way.
The gods play such a role in the stories. I feel like you may kind of go into telling a story about the gods and then maybe back off of it a little bit as well.
So unfortunately, because players in Norrath have become so much stronger than the gods, and they're sort of static entities because of what I just said. They are born of the planes, and we could obviously just crank them, and we have, make them more difficult. But they are sort of static entities, so they are no longer the key features in the EQ universe, at least in our version of it. I don't know about you guys, but they've had to fall off because players can just beat them now. That probably can't happen again, as I was saying, in another universe where worship makes the gods stronger. As your followers get stronger, you in theory also get stronger, but the gods of Norrath theoretically are static. So I think they're fantastic characters and they're really fun to play with, and it's fun to instigate stuff with them. But I don't know that they're major enemies anymore. Right? They're just there in the background going, what happened to us? Like me, the old people in the universe. Where are we now?
Adam, I want to come back to you because some developers make AA titles, some developers make AAA titles. Adam is going for a quadruple A title, and that question leads you to
Ambleshift's amazing automated amalgamator. I was a new designer at the time, and I'm like, I'm going to make trade skills be what they are and be just accurate. And I made this abomination with more than 31 combined steps where you could fail along the way, and it was glorious and horrible. And I learned as a designer that while this may be fun in my head, it's not really fun for the players. So I learned the good lesson of think of what's fun for the player over reality.
I love how your experience over time changes as you develop the games. 23 years of experience for Kyle working on the games. I assume the process of creating zones and kind of the content, you've settled into a method of doing that, but that was not always the case, was it?
Yeah, it's like second nature now, but there's this story that I tell people because it's like my design horror story. Is we were working on Kunark, Rise of Kunark, the 4th expansion for EverQuest II, and I was so excited about it. I was super excited because Kunark was like my favorite expansion in EverQuest, and they're like, we're gonna give you your own zone. I was like, rad, my own zone. It was Jarsouth Wastes, and it was a massive zone. And when they gave it to me, there were no POIs in it, points of interest, nothing, and so I kind of started working with the artist that I was working on. His name was Jim, and we were drawing POIs on a whiteboard in his cubicle, like, okay, I want this, and then he'd go build it and stuff. But during this, I was populating the zone, and my computer was really terrible. I mean, when I say terrible, I mean it was one of those old, really bad Dells, and it was taking me, I was using a new tool called Designer Dashboard. I wasn't using Placer, and it was taking me about 15 seconds to drop a single spawn camp. So you would drop it and you would wait, and then the bell would go off. Ding! Okay, that one's in. And so anyway, this zone, when I got to a certain point, this is also a tale of what not to do. I had about 3,200 spawn camps in that zone, and which, by the way, like when you brought the zone up, it would not run with 3,200 spawn camps in the zone. The zone would tell you no. So, but I had not done a check-in in about 2 months, and I lost my hard drive. So I went back to my lead, and I told him what happened, and I got chewed out, pretty good. And but the funny thing was like, getting new computers was like a hierarchy thing. It was like, oh, you haven't been here long enough to have a good computer. But they had a couple sitting in the coder's office, and they gave me like this old coding computer, and it was 20 times faster than the one I had, and I put it all back in about a week.
Wow.
But it was terrifying because also at that time it took a week for them to reload your computer to get everything back on the hard drive, like the game and everything. So I was basically sitting around for a week doing lore documents or whatever I was working on. But and they were this also happened like 4 weeks before the launch of Rise of Kennard. So they were freaking out because and I'm like, don't worry, I got this.
I want to ask you very quickly. This is kind of a sidebar. One of your favorite zones is what's in the newest expansion. I just love talking about it because I think it's so beautiful. It's Aether Rotlands.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that. Make sure they can hear you when you speak too, because I want you to talk about. I know you love this zone so much.
Well, what's so ironic about Aether Rotlands is I really had very little to do with it. I mean, it was designed by Chris Gerlich, and then of course Tim Hadelar was the artist that did the zone. But the whole time they were building it, I was going, "This looks terrible. Like I don't know what you guys are doing. Like." It's really weird. I don't like the design. And Tim of course was like, "Shut up! It's going to be great." So, which this is a pretty common conversation we have, and but like, he's like, "Okay, check it out." And I went in there and I was like, "Holy crap! This is the coolest zone I have ever seen." And it's just the colors and how it changes as you travel through it from just completely. I mean, it's not like subtle changes. It's like, you know, now it's gold, now it's all emerald, now it's like silver. And my favorite part is this golden forest that they did that's like got this cool golden lake in it. And they actually like did something to make the water ripple really slowly so it looks like it's like a liquid gold lake and stuff. It's just
if you've never seen it, it is absolutely stunning, and you've definitely got to check it out.
Place of honor for me is my design path script, which is the zone we use. We all kind of have our own zone that we use to design stuff in. I change it to my favorite zone. So yeah, so Aether Rotlands became my design zone going forward until Tim totally blows it away.
Nathan, you kind of have a similar story about development where it's you know, the Tears of Vishan expansion.
Oh yeah, that threw us for a curveball, and particularly for storytelling. We had gone. The plan was to do a different expansion altogether, like theme, location, everything, and really close to last minute, art-wise, something happened, and all of a sudden we can't do that. We can't make the overlands that we had planned. And so what are we going to do instead? And Tim Hadelar spent a weekend working on an overland. We had no idea. He came to us, he pitched it the Monday morning and said, "Okay, this is what I think you guys should do for an expansion because this is what we can support." And it was amazing. But I went through these that's Tears of Vishan was the expansion, right? So you're looking at the dragon area of Vesper Isles, yeah, but I was thinking, like, what's the Aetherneer? Yeah, so it's the dragon area of Aetherneer. And so Vesper Isles, it was just beautiful, beautiful take. And I went through these stages, almost like of mourning, where I was just like, no, I'm angry at this change. And then it was like, well, maybe if. And so I started doing the bargaining, right? And then the acceptance.
You're at the stages of death is what you're talking about.
Yes. And so then I was like, well, okay, after bargaining came the, like, oh, okay, well, if we did this, that would give me an opportunity to, you know, go back to all sorts of dragons that we've had in the past and that have died. And now maybe your conflict of like, you are the one that killed them. What do they get to say to you? And yeah, it turned out to be really exciting. It was really beautiful. Blew us away. So yeah, it was such a dramatic change to happen within that period of like, nope, you're not doing that. Do something else.
One of the things that I really kind of find fascinating is and I want to pose this to the EverQuest team and to Adam as well. I want to say, when you talk about development of expansions, you have stories that you kind of need to weave together, but there is kind of a pendulum that swings from the nostalgia, especially in EverQuest. We've seen a lot of that lately, and then that pendulum has appeared to swing a little bit into Lorien's song. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, and it's just a fairly organic thing, and it's a definite feels thing. You know, for a while we were thinking that more and more we were getting calls for nostalgia, so we started making these expansions that brought back nostalgia. You know, the Plaza Vishan and going off into Luckland, and we just wanted to really bring back the nostalgia. But then we start hearing, well, but we've already been in these zones. What about something new? So we listen, and we swing the other way, and thus we came to Lorien's song.
And yes, and there's more to come to that question. He's trying to cue me to something, but I really quickly want to pose that to the EverQuest II team, because I want to ask you: do you guys have a similar pendulum that swings for EQ2?
I wouldn't call it a pendulum so much for us as I think of it as a spice that we add. And so like you get some expansions like Kunark or Fadewar, and like that's going to be a 10, right? That is super spicy. That has got your nostalgia.
This feels like a trade skill combined.
and then you've got something else, like Vitrovia, which is going to be like a 1 on the spice level, like that's going to. It doesn't have as much nostalgia. It's still there. If you know what it is that we're referencing, like those threads are still there. But it isn't as in your face. It's not as present, right? So we tend to do kind of the, okay, where on the scale is this one gonna land? And we would much rather do the 4s and the 6s range. That's where we're comfortable. Now you want Thai food, yeah.
So we've teased the expansion names. Jen teased those. The Outer Brood for EverQuest and Seeds of sorry, I'm not going to mess it up. Scars of Destruction.
Yes.
So let me start with Adam or Alan. You teased something big at PAX East. You teased something big. What can you tell us about what's going on with the Outer? I don't want to say it's dragons, but please tell me it's dragons.
Yes, it's dragons.
We're looking at an ogre. I'm waiting to see if Adam wants to set this video up at all. Do you want to talk about what this is that we're going to see?
So this is at the top of the actual end zone. And we're going to meet some invaders that actually came to invade Norath. Yeah.
Too many. I have to say that is not as big as the dragon was delivered. I had to shrink it down a little bit just to get it in there. That thing is humongous.
I asked the question, is this the biggest NPC that's ever been in the game?
It's the biggest current NPC in the game, yes. Living NPC, yes. The Mechabetic Guardian itself is bigger, but that's right. And yes, Vishan.
Can I play it one more time for everyone? Because that is so cool. I want to play it one more time if we could. So, and while we're doing that, talk a little bit about, give us the opening story of what you guys have set up for this now.
Well, we can't talk too much about it, but we really wanted a species of dragon that wasn't Norathian, clearly. The iteration between horns, wings, limbs is all, yeah, that was a fun time on the design side. Another one of those cases where I turned to poor Mr. Brown and said, we want to do something really weird. What do you think? And he was all for it, so I'm good with that.
So there's your tease for something a little bit visual for EverQuest. How about a round of applause for that? Very cool dragon. That is cool. I'm gonna hand this down the line here to Nathan because I want to talk a little bit about, to both of you, to Kyle and Nathan. Scars of Destruction. Is there a play on Scars of Velius?
Yes.
So give us a sense of kind of where we begin. How do we get to where we are in Scars of Destruction?
Well, it's going to start here coming up in August with our Prelude event. So we are going to be helping a small band of healers and concerned citizens that are like followers of Quellius. And so they're called the Open Hand. And you're going to be helping them try to put at ease some all of a sudden there's all these little conflicts around Norath, and as we always do, Norath is never burdened with peace. And so we get to, but there are certain ones that are just like sparking up recently, much like the gnolls that we had in Antonica, right?
Other directions.
Did it wrong. So much like the gnoll threat that we've got rising up in Antonica right now. And so you're going to have more of that kind of situation. So they're looking at this going, okay, well, we can help. We can help. Well, is there something actually behind it? Is there a concerted effort here? Or is this just people taking advantage of situations? And so that's when we start then leading in. That's going to be the prelude, and then we'll go into the expansion.
And so this goes through to Velius somehow, I would assume. We kind of get there, and
you probably will get there. Yeah. No, you're definitely getting there. But the thing is like, remember, 14 years ago, we got shoved onto the frozen shores of Velius. Fate threw us there, looking at the Age's End prophecy, right? That's what got us there. And we were trying to stop Carafrim from destroying everything. And so we land on Velius, and that is the land of dragons, dwarves, and giants. And so you're dealing with them, you're learning about all of the experience that has happened on Velius, and the 300 years that it's been since the last time that we had been there, right, with EQ. So you get to see all of the destruction that had happened there, you're learning of all the turmoil, and you're seeing all the conflict. Now, again, this is the original time that we were there. And you're learning from Jelinek about everything that had happened. Well, one of the areas that you really find out that there was a lot of destruction, and you never get to see, is Western Wastes. And Western Wastes was the area of Velius where Vishan, the dragon goddess, clawed the land. And so you've got these 3 scars across the world. And since that's where she blessed the land, that's where her children lived, died, that's where they have hatched, and that's where they are buried. So it is a very sacred area to them. Well, Carafrim wanted it. He wanted it for power, he wanted things about it, he even wanted the people there, the eggs. And so through all of our experience on Velius, you hear about this. And that's why you can't go there, is because it was first raised, then destroyed, then semi-melted, then...
I understand this is going to be a very different Western Wastes.
That's where I'm trying to prep you in that we know that a lot happened here. And that even the dragons, in the last-ditch effort, they tried to protect it from Carafrim from getting what he wanted. And so he did end up with Temple of Vishan. He took it out of that area, but that's all that he got. So now we're going to go into the expansion with the idea something has survived. And in some fact, something behind that draconic barrier has been regrowing.
And what could that be?
And so there's someone out there who is just determined to get past that barrier and to get to the dragon necropolis. And this person and what it is that they think that they can do. What is the key that they need to get past that barrier? Well, we, for some reason, think that it's a dragon's soul. And what better dragon soul to use for that than Terranax, the destroyer? So we're trying to stop this person, this entity, from getting Terranax's soul to then be able to reach the Dragon Necropolis in Western Wastes.
And are we going to be able to see a preview of anything from the expansion?
So, but don't think that Velius is the only place we're going, because you're going to go to unexpected places. You're going to make some questionable alliances. You're going to see some people that you haven't seen for a while. And you're going to meet some monstrous foes.
One more to play it, I think. This is what it looks like. No.
That's bigger than their drag.
Liar. We'll have a kaiju fight later. We'll see who wins.
Yeah.
It can't wear player armor. No. No.
So he's going to go through it one more time, and then I have to wrap up this panel because we've got so much more to show you, but let's let this play one more time. And you say this thing is huge.
Yeah, it's massive.
Players want it. We'll have a kaiju fight.
A kaiju fight.
It looks really cool. Oh, and there it goes. It's gone. We've run out of time for this panel, but I do want to thank this panel. Please, a round of applause. Adam Bell, Alan Vancouvering, Kyle Valee, Nathan McCall. Guys, stay put a second, because now that we have an idea of how the expansions are put together, how they build these beautiful worlds, I want to talk to the artists behind how they create these beautiful worlds. Because it's Fippy Fest, we wanted to showcase some community art as well. I want you guys to check this out. Here's some community art and developer art. Now, we all know that EverQuest and EverQuest II have their own art styles, and it's really part of what makes EverQuest special. So I want to talk to some of the artists. So please join me in welcoming from left to right, Kevin Leidy, lead environmental artist for EverQuest. Dave Brown, art director for Darkpaw. Tom Toby, principal animator for Darkpaw. And Tim Heidelar, art director for EverQuest II. I did it for the last panel, so I'm going to do it for this panel as well. Collectively on this stage, just working on EverQuest art, not other art pieces, because that's a huge part of their entire career, but 79 years of experience just on the art of EverQuest.
77's Kevin.
Kevin, you said something while we were watching the video that was playing there.
Yeah, watching all the expansions go by, I'm like, man, that's like watching my life go by.
Because it's been such a huge part of your life. So you're an old hand at this. You know that the idea of how to create the zones, you're instrumental. How many zones do you think you have created over the course of EverQuest?
Across the franchise, I don't know, maybe 50, maybe more, maybe less. I've lost track. I really don't know.
So tell us how it's done. How do you start? What is the formula that goes into making making a zone for EverQuest?
Want to see?
Yeah, absolutely, we want to see. Yeah, I have it for you. Yes, because he's going to guide us through what it's like for these zones of EverQuest. It's down there. They'll pull up the video here in a moment.
Let me start with this. You know, I've done these many times over the past couple of decades, and this one's a little different. This time, you're going to see it exactly as we see it, warts and all. It will develop right in front of your eyes. It's 3 or 4 months worth of work that will compress into, 3 or 4 minutes, maybe less. And we'll take this, nautilus-shaped process and pull it out so it's nice and linear. So, ready to get to work?
Let's do it.
All right. First up, we start with a design document that our ACE design team puts together for us. All right, Mr. Peanut Gallery. There's lots of good stuff in it. It's sort of the zone script, if you will, from our perspective. It's the who, what, and why to the where. And there's many great things in it. We'll watch it play. Look, it's very long. There's lots of things in it.
And this is for Shadow Valley that we're looking at.
This is for Shadow Valley that we're looking at. Thank you. And one of the most important parts, obviously, is the map diagram. And this is kind of a rough layout of where everything goes, how it connects, all of those various things. Shadow Valley in particular has kind of a maze-like quality to it. So we see the path of that maze indicated by those purple lines. So this is usually where we begin the pre-production part of it, and it's a lot of researching, a lot of reference gathering, a lot of scribbling on cocktail napkins. How does this go together? How do I have to build this to achieve this effect? And all that setup work. And when you can't stand it any longer, the first thing that gets done is the stub layout, or the 3D sketches, it's sometimes called, which is a really good term because it's a real fast, real loose way of describing the environment. It's for a couple of really good reasons. One, it helps us suss out any functionality issues really quickly, and then adjust them quickly. And then secondly, to give you a nice little bit of clay to work with as you begin the build out.
And Kevin, you were saying that this is not something that you guys normally show us. So this is something that you guys have not really shown us this process.
The only reason you're seeing this is because by mistake 3 years ago, I saved an extra file. So
there you go.
I just happened to have this. So once we've got all the problems worked out and we think we're ready to go, the usual place we start for development on exterior zones, outdoor zones, is the substructure, which is, of course, the terrain. One thing to call attention to here is the evenness of what you see, all the faces, all the geometry. EverQuest engine is, it has all its muscles at the vertex level. So this is a case where, pardon the pun, face size matters. And so you see these nice, even faces because we will rely heavily on the real-time lighting in-game. And the more evenly spread those faces are where the vertices appear, the more even the lighting happens. So there's a great deal of care taken into, you know, just how that geometry is constructed. So from there, once we've got our terrain squared away, we move on to filling it full of terrain props. So what we see here is all the terrain props. There's no materials on it yet. But this is all of the elements that will support the environment. There are 1.3 million faces in this zone and 600 different elements. So we use instancing a lot because one of the overriding concerns, obviously, is always performance of data size. You know, we could make super cool things that would run at 3 frames a second, and who would like that, right? So we skip that part. So now that we've got all the geometry in, and some of this has already taken place, now we start adding the materials to it so that it begins to look like the place it's going to become. This is also where the dirty little secret rears its ugly head. I mentioned there's 103 million faces in this zone. Each of them has to have a material that lays nice and even across it. So there is a lot of time spent laying out these, what we call UVs. Fortunately, I don't think we've ever had anyone lapse into heroin addiction, but it's not out of the question yet. So at this point, we're ready to move on, and we're game ready. We're ready to roll. Now, I mentioned the muscles of the engine being at the vertex level. So one way you could see that is in the background there where you see the folds in the mountains. That's not a texture, that's not extra geometry, that's nothing but the effects that we can use with vertices. So there are 4 channels of vertex data, which means essentially on all those 103 million faces, or 13 million faces, sorry, 1.3 million faces, on all those 1.3 million faces, all of those vertices are touched a minimum of 4 times. And because of iteration, it will probably be many, many more times than that. So we're ready to go in game, and even though it's probably been in game at this point a number of times because we're very iterative, this is usually where there might be some cussing. Because something is going to go wrong, you can just bet on it. But finally, we get it in-game, and this is what it looks like in-game with the settings. And one thing I wanted to call out here was one of the sort of signature features of Shadow Valley is it's not moving yet, is the moving shadow on the ground plane. And this was accomplished by a real simple little decal system, which is a separate set of geometry that sits on top. But one of the fun things about working on EverQuest every year is while you're working on it, you think of new little things you could do, different ways to do things. And some of them are efficiency, and some of them are qualitative. And a lot of those kind of qualitative advances take the form of off-label usage. So what we're seeing here is off-label usage. What drives that shadow across the ground was initially intended for that waterfall in the background. So we see that rendering technology being used twice in 2 different ways. And that, my friends, is Shadow Valley.
I'm going to pass it down to Tim because I want to ask Tim. You know, we just talked about the making of, the making of an expansion panel. We all kind of see the final product, but how do you go from a design doc to that final product? Walk it through from your side of things on where we go.
Oh my gosh, way too many discussions. Particularly, I work with Chris Garlick a lot, as mentioned. King of Requests. Where is he? Where is he? Unwritten. Is he? There he is. Yeah. And we start basically with, just as Kevin does, a document. And in it is all the ideas that the designer attached to the zone gets out, and it's full of information, tons of lore, you know, stuff that we ignore. And
this is Aether Rotlands,
this
by
is
the way.
Aether Rotlands,
Yeah, so we were
yes.
talking with Kyle earlier about this.
And from this document, we'll progress to, we'll get an idea of what they want, basically from an overhead map, just like Kevin. And I want you to remember this map because it's really kind of key to explaining what I show later. But this is what, in this case, Chris came at me with and said, hey, I want to make this. And I look at it, and first thing I always say is no. And
we always say no first.
yeah, every time. But as I start reading it, like section by section, I get a better idea of what it is they actually want to accomplish. And it's never simple, it's never fast. It always looks like it's something we can't accomplish. But we tell the designers to like shoot for the stars, and they literally shoot for the stars, and we have to say, okay, maybe not that high.
Shoot for the cloud.
Yeah. And from that, each section from that previous map you saw will go into more detail. And I highlighted some points from the document here, so it's hopefully readable. And this zone was basically grounded in a whole lot of metallics and gems. And it had this kind of low to high hierarchy, which I thought was really cool. It's one of the key elements. You start off in kind of the iron and the rust, and you work your way up to the gold and the platinums. So you kind of, you know, ascend along with the beauty of the zone. And so it goes from something like this, where, you know, they kind of give us some reference. I've kind of blurred it out there, but it's really just kind of their ideas on paper visually, something that we can interpret more than lore. And so then we get busy. So this is a pretty far in shot, and this is the Silver Realm. And this is before any of the objects are in. This is a bit of behind the scenes. This is one of our internal tools. You kind of see the materials on the left and the right. And we basically sculpt terrain and constantly reference the document to make sure that we're kind of staying on point to what it is designers want. That monstrous list of text you see there is every single object we've placed by hand. Like, there's no automation. Every single thing we've taken the time to scale, rotate, and place to make sure that it looks good pretty much from every angle. So we take it from something like this, where it's very, very iterative, and we get it to kind of this point by the time we're done. And this was one of my favorite areas. It's got this weird nebulous in the center, just shooting off in all sorts of directions. The idea was that it was very, very fractured, and stuff was floating up in the sky. And we took the time to kind of try to sell that something looks like it imploded in the center. And another area, and actually, as Kyle mentioned, the Gold Realm is something I'm really proud of. And this is basically how it starts. So we've got the dock, we've got the little map of that area. It should be mentioned that one of the things of this whole zone was that it should have this feeling that it was like created. It's not like you stumbled into a new land, but it's almost as if someone made it. So we were really careful that when we were creating a lot of this stuff, that it had an organic feel to it, but it looks like someone intentionally designed parts of it. So we'll take this, and there's some notes like the Gold Realm and the highlights you see there, and then some further points. And the two most important ones from this is basically like the general Golden Forest and Chris's description of what's going on there, and some great reference that really helps us understand his goals. And then the lower one is the Hammer Trail. And I read that and I was like, that's gonna look like stuff. But then when I got to it and I started working on it, I was trying materials. I was coming up with materials to see, like, can I actually convey what it is he wants?
Hey, Tim, can I ask a question about that? Because I talked to Kyle about this zone, because I know he loves it. And these realms that you're talking about, are these biomes. He said initially there weren't the 7 or whatever that are in there. Is that correct? That there were maybe closer to 3, I think?
I don't know. I mean, there were... This has the most biomes of any zone I think we've ever made.
Yeah, he said he asked you for 3 and you said no.
Yeah.
He said that's too many, and then you ended up with 7.
Yeah. Well, so again, they shoot for the stars, and we kind of pare it down. Like, we want to, you know, we want to get as much out as we can, but we do have time limits, and only so much that we can put in a zone. And particularly a zone like this, where you can kind of see everything at once. So we have to be very mindful of, you know, player progression, exploration, vistas, coming over the hill to see something new. But it all worked out because of that spiral that Chris was going for. Anyway, in this shot is the final product. It's the golden forest. In the reference, in the description, it mentions the sunlight rays coming through, and there's the liquid metal lake back there, which our coders really hooked us up with some good tech for that. The hammer trails front and center on the bottom, and it didn't look out of place. And in fact, Chris had a really good idea as I was making this area. There's some like spheres that are sitting kind of to the side in a different kind of non-organic formation. And he just kind of, you know, I was like, I got to make rocks for this. I don't want to make rocks. I've made thousands of rocks. I don't want to make rocks. And he's like, well, use the spheres for rocks. I'm like, all right, I'll try that. And I just plunked a couple of them in the ground, and it fit the theme perfectly. It gave it that created look, not that organic look that we were shooting for. So moving on, really highlights kind of where we start and where we get to. So again, the same image of the gold realm with the POI numbers, and these come with descriptions that the designers write. And then on the right, inside our tool, you can see where it ends up and how those numbers correlate to what the final product is. So I took, you know, you see the lake, it's number 4 on the image on the left, and it seemed very kind of round. And I was like, well, if this is kind of created by someone, it should kind of have a bit more of a weird feel, an interesting feel, like you wouldn't find a lake like this feel. And then you can see the rest, you know, 9 is the bridge way out there, 3 is the cliffs, etc. And then once we're getting towards the end, we kind of start delivering it to design. Design will like do the exploration regions. So basically each of the areas that we create, you know, they start to, you know, as you fly into them, it tells you the area you're in. And then you get to like the population maps, and this is where design and art start going back and forth a lot. I was telling some stories earlier today about how some areas were inaccessible originally and intentionally, but as the designers again and they're creating their content, you know, they realize they need some of the areas accessible in other means. So we'll go back in and on the fly change a lot of things to suit the content. And again, told you, remember this map. I think this illustrates it best how we take what design has come up with and get it to a final product. This is the map that Chris came up with. And over the
took you 3 months to draw.
and it's not about, you know, from them getting it to us it looking pretty. It's about conveying information, things we need to know if we can even do what they want. And it goes from this. And almost exactly, it goes to that. So laid on top of each other, again, that to that. And what you may not see in here is there's a lot of stuff I cut and had to tell Chris that I couldn't make happen. But in the end, the core goals were always hit. And then the final product, the beauty shot, is it all comes together, and every single realm, the, you know, gold, platinum, silver, copper, they're all represented, and each has its own, you know, NPCs. I mean, literally the Jinn, or, you know, iron Jinn or gold Jinn.
Yeah, that was a lot to make.
Yeah.
That was a lot. Every time I came around, we'd finish out an area, get it kind of done, and then Chris would come back. He's like, oh, I need these silver guys. I need these iron guys. Can you make these? And it's just exponential work. It was a lot. It was pretty.
Yeah, Chris.
That's how he works.
So we've seen kind of the lands, how the lands of Norath are made, and now that kind of segues very nicely into what we populate them with. So I love this panel because it's really an eye candy panel, right? You've already seen a lot of cool stuff, but I want to turn this over to Dave and Tom, because I want you guys to talk about, now you have a lot of slides that you guys are going to
Well, we have a lot of slides, and I'll give you a little background of how we work, and this is a prime example of how we work in the office in here. Is as we're building Fippy Fest, we're getting our stuff together, what we want to show. And like you guys saw the 4-winged dragons for EverQuest, and you saw the big monster for EverQuest II. Those are videos we did, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna show this on my panel. And people are like, oh, we're gonna use those for ours. We're gonna use those for ours. So then I'm like, okay, I'll come up with more stuff. And they're like, oh, we're gonna use that for this. And that's kind of how it happens at work too, is like we're constantly reiterating and redoing stuff. Like we plan out for the year, but we have a lot of creative people on our design team, and we never want to squash their ideas. So throughout a year, they come up with new ideas and new things they want to do. So we change a lot, and you know, we take care of the character arts and all that stuff. So
we get a list. We get a list.
We're trying to be really agile, and stuff will come up all the time. Like, oh, we got a heritage crate coming up. I'm like, okay, what is it? We don't know yet. Okay, let's figure that out. So this is a kind of example of how we work in the office too. Like no matter what it is, whether it's players want something, marketing wants something, our design wants something.
Design gives a list of everything they want, and it's listed, need this, need this, need this, and it goes down like 20 characters. And the top stuff is usually, oh, we need a wisp. And we're like, the wisp is the worst thing you can do. And then all the cool stuff gets down to the bottom. And we're like, that's the stuff we want to do.
Yeah.
So we
go through iterations on that too and figure out stuff. Yeah. But I will say, hey, a cool thing this past year, we're always working in tandem with EverQuest I and EverQuest II, because we work on both those games and try to get all the character stuff we can. But sometimes they overlap, and we can't. We've got a good lockdown of like, okay, this part's for EQ2, this part's EQ1, and we kind of separate our time. Well, last year we came to a point where like, hey, because of the offset of how they design stuff and how they're not exactly the same time, EQ1 has their ideas before EQ2 does. I'm like, let's start on EQ1 early. And so we did that last year, and we had like an extra 3 months of dev time. So it was like the first year where EQ1, we went down almost their whole list and got everything they wanted, which is a big deal. So we got a lot of, we only showed one thing up there, but we made a lot of stuff for EverQuest I.
We need to give a shout out to Aaron Bisnett.
Yeah, dude. And because
Chris Bishop, who's not here, and my new animator, Austin Hillebrecht, which I have to work now because Austin has been animating stuff and he'll top me. And I'm just like,
you always want someone to feed off of, and that's always good for us.
So now I'm like, now I got to work, and then I got to top him, and then he's topping me, and I'm just like, let's stop trying to top each other so we can finish.
Yeah, but like Tom's saying too, is like as we figure out new stuff, like we figure out new techniques. Like Aaron's busting out ways to reiterate and get more work done. Like we get more work done now than we did in years past because how much we've learned. And there was a time like when they give me a list, I'm like, there's no way I can do this. You guys gave me like 2 years of work and I got to do it in 4 months. There's no way. And there was a time I would send stuff to Kyle like, hey, here's 2018. Here's 2019. Here's 2020. It doubles every year. How are we supposed to do that?
And
right?
Dave forgets, so he's got his list of stuff that we have to do, and I get the stuff I want to do. That I drive him nuts because, you know, I have a French bulldog named Harry, and he's running around the whole time, and I go, I need Harry in game. And I go to Dave, I go, we have to do a Frenchie.
Yeah, we had to put it.
We don't have time. And I go, oh, we got time.
Yeah, and then everybody else wants like, well, I want my dog. Well, I want my dog.
Yeah, now we did Kyle's German Shepherd.
Yes.
And
he's like, oh, I need a black one.
And the first
and
thing
I'm
we
like,
get,
okay,
how do I
do that?
How do I turn off this Frenchie? All he does is bark.
Yes. And then we.
Well, that's what my office is like. You guys get to experience it all now.
Yes, and that's what happens. Like we're trying to get stuff. We lock down. Like okay, we're locked down for the other stuff we're making. Within a week or two, like, hey, can you make this? I'm like, I don't know why we lock anything down. Whatever you guys want to come up, we'll just do. And it's funny. They'll tell me they're like, oh, you can say no. I'm like, I have the hardest time saying no because I want to create everything. I want to make everything for the players. You guys play our game. Like we get to live our dream of making video games because you guys play our game.
Working with Carlos and Chris Garrett, like they come up with stuff that are not in any schedule, it's just on a Teams little IM. Hey, can you do this? And I'm like, no. And then I go, Chris wants this, and Dave goes, no. And then we sit there for like 10 minutes. Well, they seem like they haven't played the game because they don't know how this works. And then we sit there and go, all right, and we do an iteration, we figure out a way, and we give it to them in an hour.
So because we've been talking about kind of an eye candy panel, I wanted to see some of the other eye candy that we have.
Let's go. So what I
walk
did.
us through these.
Yeah, what I did is because we pulled stuff, and a lot of times you guys see the characters in game, like you see the final products. I'm like, one thing you don't see is some of our concepts. Like that stuff's not out there. So I'm like, let's show a bunch of our concepts, and that's what we brought. So we can show our iteration, what we look at, and how we try to figure things out. So you want, Tom,
Sorry, we're going to jump to a few more slides of not character.
Oh, we still got more. Okay,
I skipped over those, so I didn't want to. That's why I was seeing how much more was in the presentation. But go ahead.
No, so we're transitioning from basically current production, and I wanted to give you guys kind of an inside peek of what it used to be like a long time ago. And again, as Dave mentioned, we're constantly growing. We're always trying to outdo ourselves. But this is how it started literally 20 years ago, and it's not pretty. And for those who know me, my displeasure for thundering steps is well known. And so that is my example today. All right, so in literally 2003, this is how the design maps kind of started. We would turn them into 2D images with a list of textures that corresponded to the colors you see. Now, keep your eye on that finger-looking hand nonsense down there because it's critical to kind of explaining the flow. So we would take this and shove it into a program that would spit out a mesh, basically like that. And you can see that hand thing down there. And this is a very uniform mesh. It's top down. At the time, it's totally flat, and we have to kind of pull it up to give it any sort of relief. And then we texture it, but if you notice, because of how it started, it's an awful golf course with, it's not, yeah. And so it feels very rigid and.
That sounds like a new EQ game.
Do
Golf
not say
EQ.
new EQ game.
EQ golf.
So it goes to this and ultimately became this. And if you look at something we did 20 years ago, and we've got to own up to what we did, but we learned from it and tried to better ourselves and just make better looking zones. Just look at the singular color. Just the mountains are just gray, and it drove us nuts. And it was even worse when we had to make it flyable, and it really, really showed all that gray. Anyway, we go from that, and then there's the final in-game shot. And, it looks better, and people have fond memories of it, but I don't. I hate it. So now a bit of then and now. So this is RunEI from launch, and our methodologies have changed. Obviously, the documentation helps a lot. So RunEI is pretty basic. If you notice, the walls are pretty flat. Even the stove in the back is kind of really basic. And over the years, we've simply just gotten better. And one of the things we are constantly trying to do is show you guys something new and impress you and have you walk into a room and go, oh, that's amazing. I mean, that's a constant goal. And from Rick Randolph, one of our environment artists, this is what Rick.
This is a beautiful zone. It's a beautiful zone.
Thank you. Yeah, and this is kind of where we are today. And this is from last year's release. And again, going back, this is 2004, another golf course. And quick story, I love telling this, and you guys are never going to be able to not realize this as you're playing EQ2. The first 4 expansions of EverQuest 2, find a single bush. There's no bushes. None, at all. For whatever reason, Norath didn't have bushes until Inithul or Morzakisha. There's none. So now every time you're playing in any zone, including ones I created, not a single bush. Trees, no bushes. So Commonlands 2004, and then Rajdir Plateaus 2022. So we've really kind of tried to make the detail much more dense, and you can see it in the ground. It's just a lot more fluid and a lot less golf course. Takish Badlands, a lot more. You can see the multiple biomes in here. We really got the tech to support that so that as you're playing and exploring through the zone, everything kind of changes over time. And real quick, this is some of the prototype stuff that's actually never been seen. So before EQ even had its own, or EQ2 even had its own workflow, these were the prototype zones that people cut their teeth on, figuring out the technical systems and the look. But you can kind of see it's a bit reminiscent of EQ1 because a lot of those artists started on EQ2 and helped define those initial pipelines. Even the land in the back. So this was a bushel down. And there's kind of an interior shot. You can see inside some of the buildings. Even some of those objects that are actually in there did eventually make it to live. Let's see, we've got the original Darkpaw before the Darkpaw now. So you can kind of tell there's a bit of a difference. And I don't understand some of these ideas. They were just zones that kind of existed, and I load them up. I'm like, what is going on here? And, this Fortress of Solitude kind of mishmash of crystals. You can't even walk on it. It's completely impossible to actually navigate. But that's kind of where it started. And we always refer to a lot of original zones as very intestinal, and you can see why. And so this never shipped. It does exist. It will never see the light of day. Don't ask Chris. And then lastly, there's Mar. And Mar was an interior prototype with kind of a castle surround. So you can see one of the interiors of buildings. Some of those objects probably made their way to decorators. and then the outside. And then lastly, I believe, is the original Otis Plateau. And this one was really interesting. When I hopped in it for the first time, because it did run, it has a big cliff on the side. I don't know what anyone was thinking when they made this, because literally you could fall into the ravine in the middle. There's no way out. Even on the left, there's no way out. It's just, someone was just making stuff to make stuff. And that kind of wraps my segment.
So we do have about 5 minutes, maybe less. We're going to run over a little bit, and that's fine because this is such good content for you guys to see all of this art. But I do want to give some time, and I jumped around a little bit there. I do want to give some time for Dave and Tom to talk about some of the art that you guys want to show, because some of this stuff is really cool. You get a chance to kind of deal with a whole lot of things going through the game.
Oh yeah, we like to show art. We love art. And now I realize I'm like, I didn't know I jumped on Tim's stuff there. That's what we do.
Nice.
But we had a cool segue there. But okay, so we'll show off our character art, and I got a couple slides here. I do have. Let's see. I did down. Yeah. My chunky finger. I am.
You have it upside down.
Are you sure?
Yep. Yes. Turn it around.
It's upside down.
There you go. Down.
Oh. Yeah. Exactly. Here we go. The arrows look the same either way you go, so. Arrow. Okay, so.
It's cool because Dave doesn't get to model a lot anymore.
I don't do a lot of modeling anymore. I try to, my job is making sure everybody.
So this is one we worked on together just recently.
Every once in a while something comes up, and, this creature idea they had, I'm like, there'll be something like, I want to do that.
And it's reminiscent of some old things that you've seen before.
Yes, and
probably
I
can't
thought it was really
yeah.
That's the thing about this. I didn't know how much I could say. I'm like, oh, we get to show it, man. We just finished this. It's still in process. We only finished it a couple weeks ago.
Are you able to tell us the name of this thing?
Well, I will say too, like
Behemoth
what I know.
Base _01.
Yeah, what we know it as is not what's going to be in game, right? And this also goes back to we're talking about sound and the sounds of the game, right? I took the video of the thing coming out because it comes out and starts attacking, right? And man, Jay made some awesome sounds on it. And it came up. I'm like, oh man, where's the sound?
And you have to,
dude. But it sounds so cool
when coming up out of this ice field. So when it comes up,
so you don't even know you're supposed to tell that.
Spoiler alert! Spoiler alert!
Like I never know. Like Nathan gave me permission to show this, and I'm like, oh cool, I get to show that because he gave me the ideas, the lore, and I don't know what I get to show. And in years past,
switch that slide then.
Yeah, in years past, we would have to change file names because players would get a hold of files or whatever because we do packs, and then they would know what's coming out. So we would have to switch up names, but then that would confuse us. And I'm like, looking through files,
I don't know which one that is anymore.
So this right here is just a screenshot of one of the programs we use to paint models, right? So one huge thing that we've done, these games are, they've been around a long time. But as you play them, you will see the look over the years improves. And that's because our ability as artists has improved, and the tools out there to create art has improved dramatically. So this is one of the programs we use to paint. We paint right on the model, and wherever it goes, and it has changed our game, how fast we can iterate. And just like I said, we got so much stuff done for EQ this year that usually we can only get through half a list each year. I'm like, and I always feel bad, but we crushed it, we got it. And that also left us more time to get stuff done for EQ too. And then, like I said, oh, what? Keep going. Oh, okay. Keep going to the files.
30 slides to go.
Oh, okay. Well, here, let's just go like this. We could talk forever. I knew this would go fast. We had a lot of time.
You can ask us at lunch.
Yeah. Talk to us all you want. So first right here, we get different things. This is a Gen boss that was coming up in a previous expansion. And so we'll do some little quick thumbnail sketches, right? And then after that, once the designers pick what they want, and we go through it, then we start doing some colors, which, man, some of this stuff looks so good. I just dig looking at this stuff. And I'll tell you, as we get things from our designers and ideas, one of the biggest things is like, they'll be like, I want this and that, and make it look awesome. And that's usually our job as artists to figure out what looks awesome, right? Like what Kyle thinks is awesome, like, oh, dude, it's probably evil bones and kind of badass stuff. And then if Nathan wants something awesome, like, okay, it's going to have some filigree, some really lore, cool stuff. So it's kind of like our jobs to interpret their minds and then put it up on the board, right? We'll go through. Okay, so Tom, this is you wanted to show
Speaking of awesome,
yeah.
So I was on EQ1 on Planes of Power, and someone, when we shipped, decided, oh, we need to make more money. So they said, let's do an expansion in 3 months. And they came up with a new player race. And we're like, we can't do a new player race in 3 months. And they go, well, we want one. So we decided on the frogs because they could share. We didn't have to be male and female. So I had just finished doing the frogs, and we shipped Legacy Akeisha. And EQ2 was starting to do their frogs. And this is kind of what it was. It was a dude with a frog head.
And you guys know what the one looks like in game now, so we went away from that.
So I was pulled over for 6 weeks to do.
We're showing cool dragons too.
Oh, there's dragons too.
Yeah.
Anyway,
dragons
I
are
was
awesome.
cool. They wanted the frogs to look like the EQ1 frog. So I was pulled over and I did some flavor stuff. And then they tried to keep me, but I was having so much fun in EQ1, I went back. And then when I came back to EQ2 in 2008, I noticed most of my frog stuff was gone, and I put it all back in.
We do that sometimes. We are kind of the gods of the world, and any designer or artist, we can throw stuff. We're like, oh, we like this, and things change over time. Well, going back to some of our slides, like this was some of our initial little thumbnails of that giant dragon you saw.
Does this have a name?
Dragon 4 wings.
We're running down to about a minute left.
Okay,
So
well, let me show a cool color one then.
Why does it have 4 wings? Because that's what they requested.
Yeah, and more work for Tom. He has to animate every little thing that sticks out, so. Show more. Here we go.
Yeah,
Going
keep
to more.
going. We actually can keep going a good bit. 'Cause
Okay,
this is
cool.
So good. The visuals
You
are
guys,
so
I think
good.
this is already in game. Some of this, yes. So
It's really nice.
And we got it in both
this
games.
was done by Austin,
So-
our new guy.
Yeah, he
Which,
animated
how do
it.
you pronounce this? Is it EverQuest? What?
I'd have to add a designer because I know it as like
What they do is they take a character that we make, they add vowels to it, and no one can pronounce it.
Yeah.
Water flying horse.
Water horse, yes. And then this was the color, so we'll pick colors from that. And the thing is, like, we do colors, but in game we'll always update, and they're like, hey, we want a different color. So even though we may have some colors we kind of lock down to, throughout the history we'll make, hey, you want a black and gold, hey, you want red and green, whatever. We'll do whatever you want. Some colors, though, we try to stay away from certain things that look just gross together. But
We have whole other stories about player requested stuff too, but I can't get in. We don't have time for that. Rabbits and ducks.
Oh,
yeah.
man. Just watch those videos. They seem pretty good. These are some of my favorite characters. The Huluk was really cool. I remember when those things were coming out. We got to redo those for EQ2, and they're just, well, there we go. Really cool looking characters. We dug those. Let's see, I think I got some.
This is one I threw at Austin, and he did a weapon stance, and I'm like, oh, that looks really good. Now I got to go fix mine.
Well, I'll tell you too, working together, like we've been together so long that the more we do this, the more we realize we all kind of have our own little abilities, our own little niches, things we can work on. And some of the best stuff comes from collaboration. And the more stuff that we bounce around to different artists, like we all have different ideas and we all have things that we're good at. And you guys get the best art when we use our...
Dave and I finish each other's sentences a lot. We'll be like, what about if we had he's like, wings? Yeah, the wings. What about that?
Yeah, there is times, a lot of times we're on chat. We have the same ideas. We've been working together for almost 20 years. So now this was armor inspired by the Huluk. So, one thing we've been getting in EQ2 is new armor sets, new geos and stuff like that. And we've been cranking out a lot of stuff. Those were cloaks for the Huluks.
Yeah, throw a cloak at Aaron and it comes back awesome.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. We've been adding a lot more stuff over the years. As we become faster, as everybody on the team gets faster what they do, we're pumping out more content with the same amount of people. And those are color versions of the armor sets.
12 more.
We got 12 more slides? Okay. I just threw stuff in. Ooh.
Don't show that.
Oh, wait. Am I not supposed to show that one? Let's put it back. I don't know. Should we show that stuff?
Go ahead. You did it already.
I can show anything I want.
They can't stop us.
Well, this is cool. We got cool stuff. We have a little bit more that you haven't seen yet, but these are really cool looking characters. And you know what? I put all the slides in, and they got vetted, and they all got
Someone
approved.
got approved it, so.
So this is something
up
coming in
a
the
new
future. It's a little NPC.
If the live stream goes blank, that's why they've pulled the cord on it.
Exactly. There was stuff when I put everything, I'm like throwing stuff in, like, we can't show that, we can show this, can't show that. Yeah.
Being bleeped.
But these are another character like Tom's. We're still in the process of even modeling these.
I haven't started these guys.
Yeah, I haven't started them yet. We're in the phase of just making the 3D assets. So we're locking down the look, this turtle race here.
I have Michelangelo, Leonardo, and, and Raphael.
Will Slash Pizza be coming back for them? No, it will not, by the way.
Oh, here's some more. Let's see. This is... that was
the flying dog.
Yeah, flying dog is Falcor, right, from back in the day. We call this the long-nosed dragon. Every once in a while, we like to change things up. We're like, hey, we want a dragon that has like fur and looks like a dog. So that was it and became a mountain. That one looked really cool, too.
I'm still riding that one, so I must like it.
Yeah. And the thing is, everything we do every year, it becomes our favorite because, we get better at what we do, and then the art looks better, the animations are better, and we always look back and like things we have like, oh man, I want to redo that. I want to redo that. So we enjoy that we're increasing our abilities over the years too.
Couple more.
Here we go. This is something I will say I was wondering, but it made it through, right? So this is for EQ1. I did make a video for this creature because it's already done and Tom already animated it. Okay, we're going faster here. This is
wrap it up.
Color versions. This thing looks awesome in game. I already put it in game. It looks so cool. This is the 3D model. If you notice, he's got 6 arms. The dragon had 4 wings. There's
clearly something going on there.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised that one doesn't have 4 wings.
Yeah.
These are all amazing assets, and we have seen some really cool stuff.
Yeah,
there.
I think that's good. I have a few more, but I think that's pretty
to see if we can squeeze them in really fast.
Okay, one more. That one. Yeah, I think that's it. Oh wait, no, and colors.
Oh, you made it.
Oh,
made it. That's the end.
Yay, we made it through.
Yeah. All right. And that was the underbulk we redid because the old one in game. I'm like, let's redo it. So we did that a lot.
This is where it's bad to have a fan host a panel because I want to see everything, so I'm not paying attention to the time cues they're giving me. I'm just enthralled with what you've been showing us. Please give a hand for our panel: Kevin Leidy, Dave Brown, Tom Toby, Tim Heidelar. Now, don't go anywhere because up next we're going to talk about one of the mini games in EverQuest, Fashion Quest. Take a look. All right. So Fippy Fest is going to continue all throughout the day. Now, for the folks that are here at Fippy Fest in San Diego, it's almost time for lunch. But before we do that, yes, I know we're all starving. For those that are streaming at home, while we're eating lunch, you guys are going to have a very special thing, an activity that you can do. So if you're an EverQuest player, on the test server, there's going to be an in-game hide and seek. Now, the official rules, those are going to be on the forums if you want to look at those official rules. But essentially, there's going to be someone hiding somewhere in Norath that you will have to find. And the first person to go and find them and hail them will begin to get a prize. I believe we're going to do the EverQuest hide and seek first, and then we're going to do EverQuest 2. Someone tell me if that's not the correct term. It is. We're going to do EverQuest 1 first, and then the EverQuest 2 hide and seek. But make sure, if you're on the live stream, that you're coming back later in the day, because we have our fireside chat panels for both EverQuest and for EverQuest 2. In the meantime, we're going to go to lunch, and we'll see you back here on the stream in a bit. As you can tell, joining us on the stage, a huge panel, but this has always been one of the fan favorites where the fans themselves, and remember, Fippy Fest is all about the community, where the fans get a chance to ask the developers questions. And it's not just people that are here in the audience that are going to be able to ask questions, but all of our digital Fippy Fest attendees that are watching on the stream right now. We've gotten the questions. We're going to pose them to the developers, and depending on which question it is, we'll see who wants to be the first in the firing line. So I haven't seen these questions. I don't know that they've seen the questions, but I don't know what the questions are. So before we get to the questions, let me make sure we know who is on the panel. I'll go down the line here. Adam Bell, Design Manager for EverQuest. Alan Van Coovering, Assistant Manager for EverQuest. Ed Harden, Systems Design. Ryan Shannon, also on Systems Design. Lucy McLaurin, our Engineering Manager. Kevin Leidy, Art Manager for Environmental Artists. Environmental Art Manager. Let me make sure I get that right. And Dave Brown, Art Director for Darkpaw. So, okay, so this is what you guys are dreading, what the community is going to be asking you, and I know they're not, because I only say that jokingly, because they really are excited to ask or to answer some of these questions that the community has asked. So, without further ado, let's see what questions pop up on the board, if we are able to show that, and we'll be able to know what exactly. First of all, can I ask our attendees, have you had a good time? All right. All right, so you guys can see it. I'll call it out to you because the type is a little small from where we're sitting. Both games have very different design philosophy and play styles. What is the studio's approach to adopting and sharing ideas across games? Who wants to handle that? Who wants to tackle that? So what would you say is the studio's approach?
Well, I can't speak for the studio, but because we are so similar, come from the same kind of background, I think we think a lot alike, except we often find ourselves following similar paths when it comes to expansions without really knowing it until we talk to each other. I'm looking at Nate because Nate's going to go, yeah. I don't think any of us, unless somebody down there wants to talk from the studio perspective, I don't have that perspective because Dave, you have studio in your
Dave
title.
does, yeah.
Well, there is similarities between the two games because they're both fantasy MMOs, right? So there is some stuff that kind of gets shared, but the designers come up with the ideas and your path thing. So there are certain things that they're kind of more exclusive, like we want EQ to look like this, we want EQ to do like that. So it's really up to designers which part can go in either game, or which things no, these are how our things look, or that's how those look. And with the time space difference between the two games, that they try to keep that cohesive with each other.
And obviously for this panel, we're speaking specifically to EverQuest, and with the EverQuest II panel in about an hour from now, I'm sure they'll have a similar question that we'll pose to the developers there. Let's see our next question that we have coming up on the screen here. So this question is there any new information or planned changes for the Bazaar that would allow the currency cap to be increased over 2 million platinum? Lucy, just grab that mic. She's ready.
This is definitely something that we can fix someday. We don't have any immediate plans to fix that, but I think it would be great to do so at some point.
So soon, TM, is what you're saying. All right.
The basis is we haven't prioritized it.
We know your time is always something that you're trying to prioritize. Let's go to the next question, see what we have. So again, another question here, will the ability to transfer characters from one account to another ever become available again?
Yeah, that's something that's come up for a potential project we could do in the past few years, and it hasn't quite made it to the top of the list yet, but I do think that we could add it again someday. It's actually really not hard to move a character from one account to another. The problem becomes verifying that it's not somebody scamming someone else or selling a character, and that's kind of the main challenge of that project.
All right, let's bring up the next question. My favorite part about this is they pass the mic to someone that they want to answer the question. Do we have an ETA on that banana and mayo sandwich recipe yet? I am anxiously awaiting.
Unfortunately, Mirtu was not able to make it here today. So we'll talk about it, bananas don't quite fit what's coming up, but maybe.
For those that may not know the reference, what's the reference to?
I actually don't know it.
I don't know what it is either. What's the next question? Because maybe that'll come up at some point. We'll be able to figure out what it's referring to. What are the constraints or reasoning why the race class combos are locked for so long on TLPs?
The main reasoning is so that you can experience the game as it happened, not just, yeah, that's basically it. So you can experience the game as it happened. So we lock it to when they actually released on live.
Okay. And what's our next question there? I assume you're going to be able to tell which community, whether it's the TLP community or live, is asking. Are there any plans to add new achievements beyond Terror of Lucklin for Vaniki? I don't.
Yes.
Quick. I love the.
That's a quick answer. The answer is yes.
Good. Very good. All right, let's take the next one here. Can you add 10 charges to the mod rod and make it endurance, also so caster and melee benefit? Ooh, interesting.
Wow, I just was talking to someone about this. So endurance, almost certainly not, because that's not one of the class synergies we want to set up. But we will look at we're looking at options for making it easier to keep mod rods refreshed for a raid. Probably not going to 10 charges though.
Can I ask you to expand upon the class synergies that you talked about?
Oh, sure. So basically there's sets of classes we like that work together, like shamans work best in a melee group. Druids work better in a caster group, that sort of thing. And so magicians being able to synergize with endurance classes isn't really part of their current synergy.
Okay, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking you were talking about. I wanted to make sure that that was clear. What's the next question here? Can you please, in all caps, work on implementing changes to auto-follow to work the way it does in other games?
Yeah, I think that would be something that would be really great to do. We do tend to have a lot of other priorities that come before that, though, unfortunately.
How do you prioritize what's on that list?
Lately, it's like critical issues always come first, and we have a lot more emergent ones than you would expect or plan for. For example, like Teak server performance has been the latest thing. So.
Ed, did you want to add anything to that?
Not really.
Okay. Let's go to the next question and see what we have. Could quality of life add-ons ever be incorporated into official EQ?
If that's referring to externally created quality of life add-ons, not directly from them. We take ideas, but we're not usually using them as a source or a roadmap to follow.
Anyone else want to add?
Sure. I think this is something that has been talked about before, but it would be a lot of work. It's not something that's ever been pitched as a project in the past, so I would put it fairly low on the probability list.
All right, let's go to our next question, see what we have here. Would you be willing to allow persona swapping outside of fast camp zones, but implement a cooldown similar to mercenary cooldowns?
No. Realistically, we just see more ways of exploitation, even with the timer, than we want for personas. Persona is not about a way to gain a superpower in a raid or a group event, or even the transportation across the world that it has allowed. We're happy enough to leave that as a side effect. But realistically, we do not want changing on the fly, even with the timer.
Okay. We can go ahead into our next question, see what the players are asking. With the addition of personas and all of the achievements shared, any plans to help with the level grind? I think this may be also referring to kind of once you get past a certain point, 115 or so, it becomes much more difficult.
here and there. We've had some internal talks about fixing the curve after 110, but that's not a small project, partially because it's going to entail editing everybody's character files to fix it. So we have to be very careful and dogmatic about doing it. And so we have talked about it. We just haven't done it yet.
Okay. Let's go to our next question. Can the anniversary tower be made a fast camp persona swap enabled zone? Back to personas.
Generally, I'm actually not necessarily against this one.
Uh-oh.
But I do want to have a team conversation about it before I actually make a full decision.
My answer would have been no. That's always your answer. You know me so well.
Next question for us, please. Can you revamp Plane of Time and release as a new expansion?
Give that to me. I think I talked to the person who asked this question earlier, and Plane of Time is huge as far as it's been revamped twice internally, not hopefully that you would have noticed externally, at least twice. I may be wrong. To just reinvent that zone would be basically an expansion. Yes and no, we could do it. It's not impossible. I'm just not sure that it ticks off the boxes we talked about yesterday. It certainly would be nostalgic, but do you really? We'd have to make something new out of it, right?
Before we go to the next question,
asking you, 'cause-
I'm going to ask a question on top of that. Has there ever been a conversation about adding content that is the lower level for, say, a TLP that is new content, as opposed to something that's released, say, in an expansion? Does that make sense? What I'm asking?
Yeah. And we've had a lot of conversations about adding new lower level content to existing zones. It's sort of like we were talking about with pre-launch events. The audience for that is very small. It doesn't take any less time to make a level 20 piece of content as it does level 50. And so if it would be great. I'd like low level content, but not a lot of our players are at level 20, 10 to 20 or whatever. It is inherently more valuable for us to make higher level content. That being said, I would love to do it. I think we all love to do it. It's just a matter of, again, there's a list, and where you fall on the list is usually lower than you want to be. And I don't know that would make it to the top of any list in particular.
Thank you for taking my question.
Anytime.
Do you have any plans to support VR headsets and controllers on EverQuest?
No. Although I do think that would be super cool to do in the distant future. No immediate plans to do something like that.
For all EverQuest raids, can you set the loot tables to at least give 2 trade skill items in each chest? All we seem to get are necks and backs in quantity.
It's going to be you because he's not here.
The basic answer is probably going to be no. We've done some careful math balancing with those. We don't want too many of those items to be in game. Yes, they're best in slot, and we want them to be a chase to get the best in slot. We don't want to just hand it out to everybody.
It is called EverQuest, after all, isn't it? Let's go to the next question. Barbarian Paladins win ? Fashion Quest is the end game, and nothing would be as inspiring as a brawny paladin in a kilt.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
Barbarian Paladin?
No. I'm usually the one who tries very hard to say no to most of these because it's a lore thing for me. Barbarians being paladins is a little bit out of their. It's like, I want an Ixar paladin. No, I'm sorry. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It's a lot closer with barbarians, and my evil heart might accept it, but it's kind of a no just for principle of it doesn't make a lot of sense for who they are. If that makes any sense. Mechanically, of course, adding another race class combination is always a giant nightmare. So,
anybody else have anything to add for that? Barbarians and kilts. Any barbarian and kilt comments?
Not really. Barbarians in kilts, cool. That's their thing. Kilted paladins, maybe less, but not because of kilt reasons.
All right. That was the best answer. Let's go to the next question. Obviously, a druid is not a cleric, but if you die in a raid as a druid, there is 0 recovery potential other than rod. Any way to help and at least make them get a little mana back?
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. I don't have a way to help that to present to you right now, but I will write it down.
Make friends with a cleric that can bless you, I guess. Let's go to the next question. We could use a key ring for the weapon, shield, bow ornaments. They are not Heroes Forge. And maybe for Nimbus items. And he talks about more key rings.
We're generally open to key rings. The Nimbus, I think it'd be a little waste. There's not that many of them, and we're not making them anymore. So I'm not sure that would be a good expenditure of resources. For the weapons, maybe. What do you think, What do you think, Lucy?
It's actually really easy to make key rings, so sure.
Yeah. Done. She'll do it tomorrow. Yeah. Kidding. I'm kidding. Can we increase items caps in guild halls? They're currently 2K, maybe to 4K.
Unfortunately, if you've ever tried to place items in a guild hall when there's around 2,000 items, it tends to be really bad in terms of performance. So we would have to make that a lot better before we increase the cap, because unfortunately, real estate can't handle thousands of items very well. It tends to save everything at once and load everything at once. So you're not really just moving one item, you're saving 2,000 items when you do that.
Okay. Our next question. Any chance the old Legends of Norath claim, the loot card rewards taking up space in our claims window, can be converted into prizes like with the LON marketplace items?
I would need more information, basically. If someone could make a post somewhere detailing all the individual claims you're talking about, the exact names, stuff like that, we can consider it. It's not a super fast, easy project, so it's not something I can give a win to at all.
Is that specific to making them available in the marketplace, or is that just is making it available in the marketplace the difficult part of that, or
no? It's the figuring out what is what.
Oh, I see.
And they also want to be able to get rid of it in their claim windows, so we need a little more information on what the goal is, but also very specifically what those items are.
Okay. Next question. Can we have more illusions in the store or an event to collect them?
We've put a few illusions on the store this year. We generally reserve illusions mostly for in-game rewards and the heritage crates. So it's not an absolute no, but they're going to continue to be rare as a standalone thing on the store.
My favorite thing about when I ask them questions is you can see the gears turning when they're answering the questions or before they answer the question, because there's so much to think about. These games are huge. Let's go to the next question. Has any consideration ever been given to Merc AAs that allow Mercs to use auras, particularly the Cleric? The Cleric one is a melee guard, if I'm not mistaken.
As far as I'm aware, it's not a technical possibility right now, but also it's not something I'm particularly raring to do. So yeah, just having a portable buff bot even more than it is taking away a little bit from player clerics.
Can I ask a question about when you do make these decisions, when you decide that's not really what we want to go? What is the main consideration when the players ask you these types of questions? Can you add this, and whether or not you say yes or no? What's the main? Is there a set of rules that you follow, or each of you have your own way to balance that?
There's not a like official checklist, but but yeah, it's generally like, does it fit our goal for the class? Does it fit our goal for how the class interacts with other classes? That was the, that's where the magician returning endurance thing comes into. It is also just kind of what we decide is what we decide. So it's a little bit tautological like that.
Did any of you others want to add, kind of where you say no or yes or no? Is it, obviously for each of you, it may be a different philosophy or a different reason why you say what can and can't be done within the confines of your job. Kevin, for example, we haven't heard from you. Is there anything that, you tell them when they bring you a zone, we can't do this because, or we can do this because?
No, we try to find reasons to do it. But one of our biggest constrictions is time. The engine is also the engine, and it can do some things great and some things not at all. So all of those things kind of fit into that decision.
What is it that it doesn't do well? I'm just curious. Like what do you go, this isn't going to work because X, Y, Z?
It doesn't do a lot for you. It gives you a lot to do. It gives us a lot of power since it operates at such a low level. But when we start talking about higher end sorts of effects and that kind of thing, you have to figure out some kludgy way to do it. So, like for instance, in what I showed this morning, we do a lot of off-label use and that kind of thing. But there are just, sometimes there's not enough spit to put on the Band-Aid and chewing gum to make it work.
Okay, all right. Did you want to add something to that, Ed?
Transparency.
Oh. Okay. Let's hit our next question. What are some ideas or constraints for expanding the guide program?
I don't know that we have somebody who can really answer that.
Yeah, the constraints are mostly time and manpower on our side. We like the guide program. We love the guides. We just, unfortunately, are not finding the time that we would like to spend to make stuff for them, to make stuff easier for them. Unfortunately, we've been prioritizing making more live content over making stuff for the guides. And that's just the decision we've been making.
Yeah, I mean, in the category of stuff to do, it sort of falls under content. Making stuff for guides to be able to do for players is sort of the same thing that we have to do for making content that is played anywhere in the game. And while interacting with the guide is amazing, and there's no amount of praise we can give to them that is enough, I always talk about this. It's how many people can access it. And again, missing a live event makes you go, I wish I was there, but you also missed it. And that I'd love to give them more tools and more content to play, but again, they can only service so many people, whereas if I put it on NPC, that NPC can be talked to by probably everybody. So it's just a matter of accessibility. Sorry about this.
No, that's okay. Let's go to the next question, see what we have. Any possibility that Merc AAs can be added that will allow Mercs to use rank 3 discs and spells? Oh, he stole them.
No. The main reason is, again, Mercs should not be as good as players. You want a player over a Merc. Merc's a stand-in when you can't find a player, but work on finding a player while you have a Merc. Find players, not Mercs.
I'm angry at him.
Players, not Mercs. Someone hold up a sign. Let's see if we have another question available for us at this time. What was the issue in Plane of Knowledge that caused the player models to look blocky and pixelated?
Which year? I honestly don't know that this happened. Does anybody recall this?
Yeah, I think it was the texture.
Oh, I didn't even notice this. I was doing something else. Anybody?
DX11 stuff?
Oh, yeah.
I have maybe a guess about what this question is about, but we had a problem with DirectX 11 that one of our newer programmers, Carabray, fixed, and that was like super wonderful. But basically, if you were boxing multiple characters especially, you would see this happen, that while zoning, your client is trying to load shared resources on both clients. And that was when you would start to see stuff like kind of exploding graphics coming out of somebody else's like sword that would come across the zone, and that kind of thing. And I think it has been fixed for the most part, so yeah.
Solid head nod over there.
All right, let's see if we have another question for us available. Any chance of adding a guide event Heroes Forge ornament set? We talked a little bit about the guide events earlier, but a Heroes Forge ornament set. I guess maybe as a reward. I know the rewards that the guides give out are usually a standardized set of loot.
Say, if no one's answering, it's for Adam.
Yeah. If the artists can make time to make us a set.
All right. Now it's going to be a blame game.
This is stuff that, you know, Kevin's team does or our team does. And this is what I talked about before, like stuff changes all the time. And this is like another thing comes up like, hey, work on this. But if stuff becomes more important and they decide they want it, we shift gears. And that's kind of how it works.
Yeah.
So it ends up being on them. And then I'm like, and then we go down the list. I'm like, well, you're going to lose this. Then they're like, oh, never mind.
It goes back to what do you always want to lose in order to get that armor. That's what it's all, again, it's a big list of stuff. And those guys knock out a lot of stuff, but there is a limit. And at some point, you know, I want something and you want something, and one of us is going to have to give way. And guess what? I work on the team.
Let's see if we have the next question for us. Would it be possible to give some titles without the first? So I assume these are Shift T titles.
I guess it's possible. If we can come up with titles that work without that, we typically do it just because that's what works.
When players have suggestions for that, where should they post those types of things? Is it the forums when they want to submit things to you, like, hey, give me some titles that are this, this, this? What's the best avenue for them to do that?
Generally the forums. You can start a title thread. Like we've had the past ornament thread where like ornaments people wanted to see, and we added a lot of those. You can do the same sort of thing, make a big mega thread for titles, and we can consider them for various things.
I don't think there's a rule that says it has to say the in front of it. It just makes more sense when you read the thing. We'd like it to make sense sometimes, but most of the time, I claim.
Let's go to our next question. Can we be allowed to pop open an item window from our advanced loot filters settings for each item to be able to see the item details? I'm going to read that again because I'm not sure I understand the question. Can we be allowed to pop open an item window from our advanced loot filters settings for each item to be able to see the item details? I guess this is within the advanced loot window.
Yeah, that's definitely something we could consider adding in the future, but I don't know when.
All right, let's see if we have the next question. Are there any future plans for TLP class balance?
We're definitely going to change TLP class balance at some point. It is not our priority to tune specifically for TLPs, but TLPs are not going to remain stagnant for the rest of the time we're developing the game either. So,
I mean, I guess like when we make changes to like modern content, modern systems, right? We often take an additional step, which is like, let's look back at like historical data as well. Like older AA ranks, like previous versions of spells, right? That is part of the process pretty much every time. So while there isn't like a dedicated focus to TLP balance, it's still part of the process, right? Of just overall class balance.
yeah, it's we have added another axis of time to our class balance, so it makes it more challenging and interesting.
Can I follow up to that and ask, what is it specifically on TLPs where there's class balance concerns from the dev team or from the players? Where along the line is there a certain expansion, or is it a certain set of classes, or without getting too specific here?
It's never that specific.
Okay.
It's there's always something where one class got something that was super powerful at the time, and maybe in the live game we kind of let that stagnate out of use, but suddenly that time is the present on a TLP server, and now it's a problem again. So sometimes we can go back and address things like that, and other times it'll have to be as part of a broader change. A good example would be the Bard Chant AAs we just changed recently, where we kind of backfilled them in because they all came into the game at one point before we had TLPs.
Okay, let's go to our next question, see what we have. Any news or progress on the possibility of an Alliance-type raid banner usable for everyone in the raid and not just the guild? So more raid-centric as opposed to guild-centric, I think is the question there.
Yeah, this is something that some programmers on the team have definitely championed as something we'd be very excited about doing. So maybe a project to consider in the future, but not this year.
All right, let's see if we have another question for us. Any plans to increase the trade skill cap again?
No. Realistically, yeah. There's not much drive, and it'd have to be again with AAs, which is just feels like such a weird way to raise the trade skill. Because I think we're still not going to necessarily realistically fix the mathematical quandary that makes it not possible to do it with normal trade skills, and instead have to do it with some special thing. And as it is, the math is already a little weird with trade skills, so I'm not sure I want to mess with it anymore.
If you were to do that, is that something where you'd have to do a lot more work to add in things to the game, additional trade skill combinations and things like that, or is it simply just the math doesn't work out?
If we were to fix the inherent problem, it'd be a full revamp. If we were to just do another Band-Aid, there would of course be more trade skill recipes that came into the game, but there's already recipes that are way up there in difficulty, and that's also a question: do we want those to ever be easy, or want those to always be super difficult like they are right now?
Okay, let's go to our next question. What are the thoughts? Oh, that one zoomed too fast. See if they pull that one back up for us. What are the thoughts on introducing a fourth perk that allows you to have 2 mercs at once?
And I consider this pretty much the same as the Type 3s on mercs. Group with another player, please.
Come up on stage.
Let's see if we have the next question beyond that. Is the Guild Trade Skill Depot still in the works?
That's a great question. This is something that we were really excited about at the time, and we had to make the difficult decision to shelve it in favor of making sure the personal trade skill depot was ready to go. And it's still on the shelf, and I suspect it might have some more polish before it could be released to players, but hopefully we'll get to see that one next year or some other year in the not too distant future.
What were the inherent issues that go along with that, as opposed to where the trade skill depot is right now versus where you're trying to get it for the guild?
EQ has problems with having too much stuff in general. Characters are very large. Characters can have lots of items, lots of spells, AAs, achievements, everything. And as time goes on, that means you'll zone slower, the server performs worse, and so we can't keep adding to the game infinitely without kind of re-architecting how it works. So we've been adding systems like Overseer and the Dragon's Horde and the Trade Skill Depot to move things off the character directly and into their own system. But those, as you might know about Overseer and the Dragon's Horde and the Trade Skill Depot, have their own different performance issues. And so we have to tackle those separately, where characters generally do perform pretty well. We just can't make them scale infinitely increasing.
I want to ask a similar follow-up about performance, and this is regarding Teak and Tormax. You and I had a conversation at some point about you guys really wanted to increase the performance because it was an overwhelming success of players trying to get into the game to be on Teak. Talk a little bit about what you guys were able to do, if you can.
Sure. So it's funny because every year we make improvements to TLP launches. It's one of the most important days of the year. Everybody is paying close attention to what's going on, And we really want to always make sure players who are waiting to get in have a better experience. Although this year we let in more players faster than ever before, but it could still feel worse because the pile was larger than it was like we've ever seen before ever for any server. So that made it mean for certain people they did wait in the queue longer than they may have last year. Some of the performance changes we made, when Teak opened, we take telemetry captures of the server and we'll examine those and look at, okay, what's the main bottleneck right now? And a new TLP launch, first you'll have creation of new characters as the bottleneck, and that's something we work on usually in advance of a TLP. And then we watched to see where the bottleneck moved to and then adjusted that one. And now the bottleneck has moved again. And so we're going to have to continue to make performance improvements so that Teak can have as high a population as it does.
Yeah, it's always, as an outsider, it's always fun to kind of watch and see where we move our own goalposts to. Because, you know, in the past, when we had this many players trying to access the game, the login server would have just crashed. And then the queue would have been flushed, and that wouldn't have been a problem anymore. So we've gotten better at waiting.
I want to follow up on that. And again, I'm going off script a little bit here because I want to ask, because Lucy, you kind of hinted at it, but I do want to ask this. Is Teak the most successful player number-wise TLP that you've had?
Yeah, as far as I know, it's the biggest population that has ever been on any EverQuest server ever.
Really?
Yeah.
Round of applause for that. Go Teak players. That's incredible. Let's go to our next question. What are the chances we have a TLP in the future that starts with mercenaries active?
Do you need a repeat of the same answer? Could I play a recording? But the other thing is low-level mercs are way overpowered. So, no.
An emphatic no. Let's go to the next question. Thoughts or comments of making clerics more desired beyond single target healing?
Specific ideas, no. But obviously that's actually one of the hardest problems we tackle as far as the class definition goes, because when it's defined by being the best at a thing, it's very hard to make it broader and not step on other classes and take more of its share of the pie than it needs to. So it's a complicated problem, but we do want to make them more interesting and give them something better to do. We just don't know how. We don't have that solution yet.
Okay, next question. There's some pre-alpha design manuals that I have seen a few pictures of that have some unique lore to the design of the game. Will there ever be a chance that this can be uploaded for our consumption?
That's the word lore in it. Show me. I'd love to see that. Do anybody know about these documents? Okay, so these are the ones in the folder. I don't see why we couldn't show them around. That's actually going to be a management question that I don't think anybody up here is going to answer, but I'm not afraid of them because it's where we started. We all should know where we came from, right? But Jen's over there, wherever she is, throwing shit at me right now.
There were a lot of management questions. Yeah,
She let the question through, right? That must mean.
Yeah.
I know where she is now.
She didn't veto it immediately.
And yeah, and the other thing to remember is our lore is not canon until it's in game. So those written things are not necessarily canon. They might be, they might not be.
Yeah, we're happy to make them canon if we like them. But yeah, honestly I'd love to read over that stuff and dig into it. And I'm sure half of the guys over there in the corner would love to do that too. So yeah, I'm not against it. But again, the priority list, all that.
I think one of the things that the players, especially the super fans, I know because we've all been talking about it here, one of the things that we find fascinating is that the history in the game of the world of Norath is one thing, but also kind of taking a step back, the meta history of EverQuest of 28 years of development is also a fascinating story in and of itself. And so I think that would be something that's very cool.
Yeah, that could be its whole own thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if somebody in the office finds time to do it, I'd encourage them to do it.
Let's see what our next. Go
This
ahead.
kind of falls into the category that we talk about all the time. If only we had known this game would last.
Yes, this was this the first time you guys allowed a player tour of the office? You've had a couple of other.
I think we've
player
had
tours.
others.
Yeah.
But it was a different office at the time.
Yeah.
So, and
Like,
stuff was different.
Do we even know if there's a digital copy of like the original design document?
Would you like me to guess? The answer is no.
Right, like we have the paper one, like we have it like secured like in amber forever, right? But like this, do we even have a digital copy of it?
We have a lot of them. There's a lot of documents, and a whole lot of them are very similar, except for like one paragraph. So it's a rabbit hole, and I love going down it every time I find something new. But
So Ed brought up one of my pet peeves. We had a project where we were trying to sort and track all of the known EQ lore. What is it called? I don't remember. It's a document in the.
It was an encyclopedia, right?
Encyclopedia
Yeah.
Nerathica, yeah. And it you can read it for a while and it makes sense, and then it starts repeating itself, and then it skips, and then somebody got so far along, and then I think just gave up. And just started throwing things in there. And they're stuff out of design documents. There's stuff that have been set on forums. It was a great project. It just never got finished. And this was about the time I started when this thing was just about done. Somebody was working on it while I was learning what I was talking about. So,
Yeah, and I found 2 copies of the Encyclopedia Nerathica in our storage medium, and I started looking at the dates, and the dates were different for the same thing. So we don't just have to, use a doc. We've got to figure out which doc is right.
I'll come and intern and make sure that I organize the Encyclopedia Nerathica. I would definitely do that.
I'll bring you donuts.
Let's go to the next question. Any efforts towards the suggested Persona Armory to auto-store, auto-equip gear from when swapping personas rather than having the inventory space filled up?
This is something that is important to me personally because my bags are just a giant trash pile now. But we have not worked on this yet, but it is definitely high on our list of things to get working on.
Is there any complication on that as far as like, do you have ideas on where you want to begin with that, or?
So the way equipment set swapping works now is built off of the bandolier, and bandolier can only move items from your inventory, and EQ has a lot of code to control where items are allowed to go to prevent cheating. And so when we do something like, say, move an augment from a different item into an item that's equipped on like your head or something, that's what equipment sets do. That was very hard to get working, and so that will pretty much have to be done again for a different item location.
Okay, let's go to the next question. How about making language more relevant, such as needing to talk to NPCs in their language, such as with quests?
We tried that. You guys didn't like it.
Veil of Valeris, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, apparently my most favorite thing to talk about at this thing. Yeah, when we make it relevant, some people love it, and I personally enjoy it. But there are a lot of people who don't want to have to deal with it, and making it integral to anything important will drive a bunch of people away from it. So again, serve the most people possible. I definitely encourage our designers to do it when they think it's appropriate. But I don't know that we're going to focus on it again.
Okay, next question. In a world that is producing new titles every day in terms of games, what motivates the devs to keep working on a game that is 25 years old? And I think this is a good question because we can ask each of you, and you each will have a different answer. So let's start from one side and kind of go down the line here. What motivates you to keep working on EverQuest? Besides a paycheck.
Yeah. For me, it's being able to tell a story and to keep entertaining all the players that we currently have and keep them all entertained. I just love the idea of, bringing a story for players to play.
Alan?
Honestly, for me, it's weirdly enough, it's when I get to talk to my coworkers. We sort of at this point are isolated in our houses for the most part, and when I get to talk to these folks on a team chat or something, there is a lot of enthusiasm out there that I don't personally possess anymore because I've been at this a while, and I feed off of that more, I think, than anything else these days. And it's nice. It's nice to have somebody say something in my ear and go, "Oh, that makes sense," and then get to run with it rather than having to churn it through my own little brain. So it's the team, honestly, for me that keeps me motivated.
There's a lot of cohesion in the team, I feel like, as well. You have to be.
Yeah, I got that. I got that more from being here than I do elsewhere. We all feed off of each other, and it's really nice to have that brought up here because I don't think we realize it that much.
Before we move to Ed, how often do all of you get together in the same place at one time, all of the developers?
Physically?
Yes.
Now? There's, occasional parties, whatever, but yeah, not that often anymore. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Very cool. Ed?
It is, there's a lot of things. I was a player just out of college when the EQ beta started, and it kind of took over my life, and it's the reason I quit my then job and went back to school and learned how to program and then moved out to San Diego with not knowing anybody to try and work in this field. And then I got here, which is kind of mind-blowing. But yeah, just being able to take this thing that was so important to me and kind of shepherd it and keep it safe and keep it going is a real privilege. And I can't imagine loving a job more than this.
Absolutely. Wonderful. Ryan?
I imagine my perspective on this is a little bit different. I don't have a lot of history that the people up here have with EverQuest. I mean, like, not as close. Yeah, younger generation. But for me, I think one of the coolest things about EverQuest, and I don't think that you could have this experience on another game, is the archaeology of figuring out how things work. Like, if I'm presented with a new project, like a new task or something I need to fix or something like that, it's not just what is the problem now. It's also what was the intent behind this when it was created, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, right? Like, you have to go back. You have to look at the changes that were made to it over time. You have to kind of try to figure out the intent behind, because when you get all the way back to the beginning, when something got introduced for the first time, it made perfect sense, right? The fact that it maybe doesn't make sense now is because something got changed later that nobody realized these two things were connected, right? Like exploration, it's just really, I don't know, rewarding to be able to go through that kind of stuff and figure those things out. And I think that's the thing that drives me the most.
Okay, Lucy? Yeah.
Thank you. I think there's two main things that keep me going on EQ. One is that because the game keeps changing and having things added to it, which is great, we keep creating new problems that need to be solved. And that's very important to me. And I also think that there's just so many good ideas from players and other developers too about things that we can add to the game that it really hasn't gotten boring at all.
Kevin.
Yeah, I got nowhere else to go. After all this time, yeah, no. And I would say the motivations for me have changed a lot as I've, aged through the many decades on the team here. Right now, it's you know, I remember in the earlier days we were literally figuring out how the hell do we do this, you know, and so we came up with some ideas, and right now it's probably one of the most rewarding times for me on the project, as we take on these great new rock stars in training here, and we teach them what little we've learned, and then get to stand back and watch them just blow us away. So that's really exciting for me. I look forward to that every day.
Very cool. Dave.
For me, working on this title and these games, there's multiple parts. Like, number one, I get to do art for a living. This is something I would probably do whether it was a job or not, so I can't beat that. And then it'd be more for myself. And we get a lot of say in what we do. You know, we're the gods of Norath. We get to decide, and that's a big deal about us keeping on this title. And then with all of our fans, that's why it has the longevity it has. Like, without the people to play our game, we don't get to do what we want. So, you know, we have a relationship that coexists together. You love playing our games, we love making the game, and that's what keeps it going.
And we are glad that you all do that. I think we're running at about maybe 8 or so minutes left, so we've got time for more questions. So let's go ahead and see what our next question is. Can Beast Lords get an assassinate/headshot type ability?
We had a long discussion about this. So the conclusion we came to is no, but if we can find a way to make it make sense and be balanced, sure, probably. But right now we don't see a path to it.
Maybe they can only headshot animals. Oh, I know there's groans from the audience here. I know. Let's go to the next question to see what we have. Would it be possible to redo the itemization or at least adjust the stats of items in the Warrens, the tutorial, so that it can be live when a new TLP server starts? It's a very interesting question.
The strict answer, is it possible? Well, yes. The question is that something we want to spend our resources on? It doesn't sound like a horrible idea. We would just need to find a time that we can fit something like that in, because again, it's going to sacrifice something. It's going to be, you know, 2 or 3 less missions or 1 less raid for an expansion to maybe do this. Doing just the itemization, maybe a few less items somewhere. So it always comes with a sacrifice to do stuff like this.
Okay, next question. Are there any plans to revive, expand, update, or add members to the Community Resource Council?
Yes. It is a project we're actually working on. We got a little busy planning this event, and because of that, it got a little delayed. But we do plan on looking at the current members, deciding if everybody is working as we would like them to work, whether they're a fit, etc. And we'll decide from there.
Okay, next question. Will we ever see encounter locking applied to other servers than Oakwind?
This is probable, just don't have an exact target.
Any expansion of that from anyone else on the...
I think encounter locking is awesome. I don't like getting trained in kill stuff. So I hope we do use it again.
And you were involved in helping to develop part of that system, is that correct?
Yes, it was really Miko's project, one of our wonderful new programmers.
Okay. Yes. I enjoyed the system as well, but I know there are a lot of different types of players in Norath. Let's go ahead to the next question here. Faction has essentially been missing for several expansions now, even though it adds to the realism of the game. Is Faction now a thing of the past?
So this sort of falls in the same category as languages. Right? It's definitely I'm sort of against making a faction that doesn't mean anything. Like reading a text thing that says your faction with so-and-so went down, if it doesn't mean anything, is kind of pointless. If you're already going to be aggro with everybody anyway, why? You kind of already know that. It's a little more challenging to come up with a way to use faction in a way that is meaningful to content, that doesn't lock some people out or whatever. Again, it's nothing that it's a tool we have and we really should use it. It's finding an easy and good way to make it meaningful without wasting our time and your time. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Good.
It's always about time management. The thing that's always the answer for just
That's
about
our
every
job. Every job title ought to have also time manager on the bottom.
And I guess sort of like expand on it. I am thinking a little bit of the future, and this isn't really giving anything away, but there's theoretically no way to make peace with what's with the people coming in the next expansion. So why should we have a faction for the same thing? Because they're always going to hate you. You cannot improve it. So what's the point?
All right, a little bit of an expansion tease you got there, sort of. Let's go to the next question. How can the guide program be improved to create more participation opportunities? Is there a way to do this?
Can you help us there? Yeah, if you guys have ideas, we'd be interested in listening. Again, whether we can implement it, we can see.
And if they have ideas, the forums, again, are the place to go to add to those ideas. We have time for a few more questions. Let's see if we have the next question here. The idea that rogues suffer due to lack of weapons and options in the early game is often discussed. Has there ever been talk about giving rogues kick along with their backstab, much like monks' kicks and punches?
Not specifically that. We've talked about the problem where it's just get behind monster and auto attack and auto skill until dead. And yeah, that's not the best gameplay, which is why we changed it later. So yeah, going back and tinkering with the way it plays, the way classes play in older expansions is very fraught. And yes, many dragons be there, as we say. So it's not likely, but it's also not something that we are unaware of. And if we come across a solution, I'm sure it'll make its way into the game.
Okay, I think this may be our last question. Let's see what the question is. And this is going to be one, I think, for all of you. What is your most favorite and treasured memory after working on EQ for over 2 decades? Yeah, that's a question for each of you. Let's start on this line, into the line, and go down.
Most
the
favorite.
list. Most favorite, yes. It's the not correct way to say that.
I think one of my favorite times was actually in, I mentioned this before, but in creating the Alarans themselves. He loved the whole expansion. I just really loved creating the Alarans themselves. It started with a technical issue that we then built into a whole way, a whole race, a whole way they could be, and it was just so much fun creating the language for them, and I just loved it.
Alan?
I was hoping you'd take longer. There's been a lot, and almost all of them relate to working with a specific person. Currently, I do a lot of stuff all by myself, and it's really not as much fun as... I used to sit next to a guy named Ian. Hi, Ian, if you're out there. Between the two of us, we spent a lot of time coming up with really weird ways to interact with players during raid situations. How we can link 2 players together so that when we fling one of them out of the zone, the other one has to fight to stay in the zone and keep that person in the zone. Just the weirdest things we could think of and how to implement them. And this is the Wild West days back 15, 20 years ago. So being able to iterate, we're sitting across a cubicle wall shouting stupid ideas at each other. That sort of thing is what I really remember the most. And like being I don't know if any of it ever even got in game, but just what is the dumbest thing you can come up with, and we invite each over to see who could win the dumbest contest. That sort of thing is what I really enjoy, is feeding off of somebody else to make something fun.
All right, Ed?
It's difficult to pick one, but I think the first time when my first raid went in the game, and it was something I actually I blew my schedule by over a month putting it in, and but seeing that it worked and it was super challenging but not unfair was just it was the first time I felt, okay, I can kind of do this.
And what raid was that?
That was the Brother Zek.
Ryan?
I guess some of my most favorite experiences, treasured memories, I guess. I love when we are pitching new expansions for this game. It's like one of my favorite times of the year. It's just like the craziest ideas get thrown out there and then immediately get shot down. Which is great. Like there have been numerous. I have one pitch. I keep bringing it back up, like year after year after year. I'm like, listen, one of these years you guys are gonna let me have it, right? Probably not. That's okay. It's still my favorite part of the yearly sort of process that is like making this game. Yeah, that's mine.
Lucy?
There's been a lot of like fun, good memories of fixing things and like really satisfying stuff from a programming perspective, but. And I hope this doesn't sound too cheesy, but this event has been the most fun for me. I never got to go to a fanfare, and I talked so much yesterday. I mean, I don't really talk a lot, but I talked so much yesterday, I almost lost my voice, and I was just like, wow, like it's been such a pleasure meeting and getting to talk to so many EQ players and hearing their thoughts and ideas about things.
It's been a fantastic event. Kevin?
My most treasured memory happens every year. It's in the fall because we start the year and I look at these giant schedules of all these things we're going to accomplish, and I'm convinced there isn't a chance in hell that will ever get done. I'm pretty sure that when we go through planning week, someone or someone's is sniffing glue. So I see that, and all year long it just weighs on me. And then at the end of the year, we all go to the video suite, and they cut the trailer, and it's all there, all that stuff that I thought was impossible to do. And without exception, every year, as I sit there watching that playback, I think, I have witnessed yet another miracle. That's my favorite memories.
Dave, you get the last word.
For me, it's hard to break down just to like one memory because it's a constant process. Every day I'm taught, love working with everybody I work with and just figuring things out and getting things done. And then I just sit there and I'm like, man, we are making video games for a living. How cool is this? This is so awesome. Like I can't beat it. So it's hard to break down. And then even like Lucy was saying, like this event, I was like, as we're seeing like fan art and stuff, like I forget all the stuff we've done and I'll see my stuff on boxes or whatever. And then I see fan art and I'm like, oh my God, they took what I made and they used some ideas and made their own stuff. And I'm like, it's just really cool to see that and to see the connection that people have with us. And so it's not just one memory, it's just the lifetime of creating this game.
We thank you all for creating this game and continuing to develop and steward it. Round of applause for our entire panel. Adam Bell, Alan Van Koovering, Ed Harden, Ryan Shannon, Lucy McLaurin, Kevin Leidy, and Dave Brown. Thank you very much. Now, we have our EQ2 panel that is coming up, but first, we talked a little bit about some of those creators. Also, streamers are a big part of the EverQuest community. Let's hear a little bit more about those. At Fippy Fest, we've been talking about how the community is the most important aspect of what makes EverQuest so special. And part of that community is in content creation. YouTubers and streamers that are getting out all types of different content, from the lore of the games to starting on the new TLP servers to what's new and what's coming for EverQuest in the future. There are a lot of content creators out there. And one of the ones that we had a chance to sit down with is It's Kuvani. She's relatively new to streaming, but she's very quickly gained a following in the EverQuest community.
So I started playing EverQuest when I was, I don't know, 3 to 5 years old, I say playing loosely, with my dad, because he started when the game came out. So in about 2009, he randomly wanted to start playing again. So I just played casually. I made characters on a whole bunch of live servers, and I made like 4 or 5 characters, 6, none of them max level. And it wasn't until early 2011 I just became hooked. And that is when Kuvani was born.
When did that turn into wanting to create streaming content?
You get so close to the people online. You build genuine connections. And you want to tell people about your life. The more I opened up my life, the more people were like, you should stream. And I'm not really interested in that, especially at that age. And I put it off for a really long time until the beginning of 2023 is when I really got into streaming. So last year. And I had a couple streams at the very end of 2022, but the beginning of 2023 is when I was like, this is actually kind of fun.
And what is it? What would you say is the most remarkable thing, or the thing that sticks out the most about the EverQuest community?
How supportive they've been. You know, when I started streaming, one of the things that I was hesitant to the reason I was hesitant to stream was when you stream, you really put yourself out there in a lot of ways. And I was very nervous to stream, and everyone just continues to show me so much love and support. And I'm not going to say, although my stream is positive and fun, of course, you open the door to some degree for some toxicity and hate that just is naturally online. But it's so seldom. And I am just surrounded by the best people. And anytime something has happened, which again is so rare, I have the best support system, and I am just so grateful and in awe.
I want to ask you very quickly about your streaming for Extra Life. Talk about what that is and what that means and why it's important.
We basically are raising money for children's hospitals. And EverQuest or Darkpaw had partnered with Extra Life to try and raise money for that. And, EverQuest is the game that I love. So again, it was a no-brainer for me to try and raise money. And my original goal was $500, I believe. And we ended up blowing past my final $10,000 goal in the end. But on game day, we raised over $5,000 in a little less than 12 hours.
And that's just you. That's just you, right?
That's just me. Darkpaw, obviously, they raised as a total way more than that. But that's incredible to me. When I really think about that, that's a lot of money to a great cause.
This anniversary, EverQuest has just passed a milestone, EverQuest II approaching a milestone. That's pretty impressive in the gaming community. What does this anniversary and this celebration of EverQuest mean to you?
For me, when EverQuest has these milestones, you have to understand EverQuest is almost as old as I am. It's right there. So
I wasn't going to ask the question that way, but I thought about it.
No, it's the truth, though. EverQuest is almost as old as I am. And for me, I'm like, wow, I grew up with this game. Genuinely, I know that's the same for a lot of people, but I remember I'll run into people, especially from streaming, right? I started streaming again, and people will be like, I played with you back on Vulak when I was like, oh, goodness, sorry, I don't know what I said when I was 13 years old, but, so for me, I'm like, wow, I've been playing EverQuest quite literally my entire life. So yeah, that's what it means to me.
Thank you so much, Kuvani. It was a pleasure to chat with her. And I've chatted with a lot of the YouTube streamers, some that weren't able to make it here to Fippy Fest, but some of you may know Redbeard Flynn. He's quite popular on the internet and on YouTube. He's got a great following, has a ton of great content. Couldn't be here for Fippy Fest, but he wanted to send these words along.
My name is Redbeard Flynn, and I have been a content creator for EverQuest for about 3 years now. Though I've played EverQuest since long before I had any knee pain. I miss those days. That's the nostalgia I have. Being able to walk up the stairs and not hearing crackling. But this video might not be exactly what Darkpaw was wanting, because I actually did not stream much EverQuest. I still haven't streamed much EverQuest. I don't have epic tales of all the things that all the great raids that we went on together on stream, all the challenges we overcame, and all the great funny group things that happened. Although I did get to bring some people that have never played EverQuest before and have them get to experience firsthand the terrifying fear of a young Kodiak in the Common Lands. And that was just great.
For the aura.
Hang on.
Jason, oh, no, now we've got a lot of stuff.
to you.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Okay,
Just
I will
run.
take responsibility for
Just run.
the bears and the wolf.
Just everything attacks.
Oh my god. Wait, no, run with direction. Run with direction. Run towards Nectulos. Don't just panic run.
Oh,
Panic run is half the fun.
Oh my god.
Which way are we running? Oh no.
And that was just great. Instead, my story about EverQuest and the content I make is over on YouTube, and how really it kind of came about the same way a lot of us return to EverQuest so much. Because it was the comfort place, because it was home. When I first made my YouTube channel, I was at a loss for what I would make. I knew I wanted to make video game content, but I wasn't sure how or what. So I went with what I knew, EverQuest. I started with a handful of videos talking about personal experiences with EverQuest, how it helped me deal with social anxiety growing up, giving me a place to call home. I talked about the lifelong friends I'd made and why I thought EverQuest and the way the game was built was key to putting just enough in-game friction to encourage you to work together and form bonds. EverQuest helped me become who I am. It's one of those things that it allowed me to grow. It allowed me to find who I was and who I wanted to be and who I could be if I was not scared to be that person. But the first video that really took off for me was an EverQuest video. And it was a video where I tried to get EverQuest players to play a little bit beyond Planes of Power, to see some of the fantastic expansions like House of Thule, which is one of my absolute favorites, and even later expansions like Broken Mirror, which introduced me to so many new different types of skills and things, and a lot of really fun raids. Really, I wanted to show that EverQuest was more than just that core experience that a lot of people get to play through. And that video ended up with about 17,000 views, which was at the time far more than I'd ever had on any EverQuest video before, or any video before. Fast forward to now, and of the 7 million views on my channel, there's probably several million of those that are strictly related to EverQuest. Perhaps largely helped by the covering of the whole thing with the unkillable boss, Sleeper's Tomb, Carafirm. That was just a cool story and so much fun to talk about. But the thing is, all of that is in part because I think that EverQuest is deserving of an even larger audience than it currently has. Because it's a game that will always have a place in my heart for many, many reasons. EverQuest, for many, myself included, is more than a game. It's a source of inspiration and growth, both personal and professional. Through EverQuest, I gained a love of lore and exploration, the deities which were so expertly crafted, and the world that evoked so much emotion, even without a primary narrative to follow. That convinced me to read more, first with Greek mythology, then later with fantasy. It led me to write my own books in which the thesaurus they slammed into spell names like trepidation, conflagration, and malaise made me look things up that I otherwise wouldn't have, because I wanted to know what those names meant. We don't have to mention the fact that while doing all these things, like looking up EverQuest lore, I spent a lot of my childhood not paying attention in classes because I was more interested in finding out what happened to Inaruk than learning Spanish, and how that's, made life difficult. But hey, EverQuest is great. The other thing is, we really don't have to mention that because EverQuest came about in a time when there wasn't really voice and stuff like that, and how I followed that by pronouncing melee for about 30 years, and Veal, and then got bullied on the internet for it by making a video. That was a fun thing. That was an EverQuest video too. Veil of Alaris that I called Veal of Alaris. Oh, fun times. EverQuest provided me with some of the most impactful memories I've had throughout my life. It showed me the benefits of working together, working towards common goals, communicating together, and just really finding ways to overcome things. It allowed me to make lifelong friends, some of whom were actually part of my wedding and served as best men for me. Making content for EverQuest just felt right because it felt like returning to home. In this thing that was big and scary and new and different, EverQuest was a way to find some commonality, to find a community that I knew that I was already a part of, and a community that I knew that I fit into when I was creating content. So congratulations to EverQuest on 25 years. 25 years of content. Just absolutely incredible. My name is Edward Flynn. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
And we just heard Redbeard Flynn give 25 years of congratulations to EverQuest, but now we're here to talk about approaching 20 years on EverQuest II. Incredible numbers. So to do that, to answer some questions from the fans, we have a lovely panel here, and I want to introduce them all if you do not know them. Kyle Valee, Creative Director for EverQuest II. A round of applause. Nathan McCall is our lead content designer for EverQuest II. Dan Hosford, our engineering manager for EverQuest II. Tim Heidelar, our art director for EverQuest II. And you heard a little bit about EverQuest from Dave Brown in the previous panel, but now you're going to hear a little bit more about EverQuest II from Dave Brown, the art director for Darkpaw. So we have questions, obviously, that both our in-person Fippy Fest attendees have asked, also our digital Fippy Fest attendees that have asked regarding EverQuest II. So we're going to try to go through those in this next hour or so of panel. Let's start with the first question and see where that ends up taking us. So both games have very different design philosophy, play styles. What is the studio's approach to adopting and sharing the ideas across the games?
For story, there isn't a studio approach, it's my approach. I can only speak to that. And this is actually part of what makes what I do just amazing to me, is that I am given that freedom. You work at another company, you work for some other video games, and you are not given this kind of ownership. So I think that that's what you might be seeing as we answer this question, isn't so much as a company take on it, but so much as a team or as an individual. We get so much more ownership, and we are given maybe a little too much sometimes that we get to say, like, this is how I'd like it. And then you pitch it towards the team, and the team's like, oh, okay, well, I don't have any better ideas, or I do, like, what about this? And then you start working in collaboration. But for me, when it comes to across the board, like, I love taking that concept, those stories from other games. I'll even use EQOA as some inspiration. It may not have happened in our timeline, but it's still a potential as to what could have happened in the past.
Dave, I want to bring you in on this because I know you dealing with both
I answered
games.
a little bit in the EQ, and like Nathan said, each team has their their own take on it. And there's certain things where we've created stuff, and Nathan will be like, nope, that's not ours. You can't use that one. But then we have other models. He's like, okay, I want it to look like the EQ1 one. So, and like in certain things, like I'll bring up like the Zelniak. We had to build that a couple times because it's different look in EQ1 than it is in EQ2. And so there's different models that are like, well, that's not the style we like, but that other one is. And then when we can share a little bit, it does help us create bigger, massive worlds for both games, which is it's great for players and great for us because we always want to create as much content as we can.
Do you mind having the dichotomy between the two? Do you mind if they're a little bit different, or do you just kind of say, no, we are our own timeline, or do you try to be as true to the original? Do you like to go in a different direction? A bit of both?
Either way, I leave a lot of that to, their decisions. They are the lords of the lore. And, I tell you, sometimes I read through stuff and I get a much more understanding of the documents that Nathan does or some of the other designers. And I kind of understand, why we go different directions with each games.
Okay. Did you want to add something, Kyle?
Yeah, like as far as the studio situation, I actually wish we had more time. Like I wish we had twice the amount of time that we have to do what we do, because we have so many talented, amazing people on both games, and we don't ever get a chance to work with those people. And I personally would love to work more with those people, but it's a time thing. So the small times where we do get to work with them, it's amazing. But
so I want to follow up on that. If you had more time, what would you add?
I've always wanted to do a Veil of Alaris expansion for EverQuest II. But it's like, and we have like the specialists who did that expansion sitting right over there. So it's stuff like that where it's just, if we had more time, I would love to work more with the EverQuest team.
Okay. Anybody else have anything else to add before we go to the next question, Tim?
Yeah, I can interject a bit. Basically, we see a lot of what EQ1 does, and we're inspired by EQ1, and they bring EQ1 into what we do. And sometimes we're asked to reinterpret something from EQ1. But if you've seen the two games, they're quite different in style. So what we'll try to do is, like when Nathan comes up with something, he's like, we got to have this throwback. It's got to kind of hit these marks. We'll just take some of the like shapes or something that if you looked at it, you said, oh, I know what that's from in EQ1. And from there, they allow us to go nuts. We don't have a script. It's if you can look at it and go, I know where that's from. It's just reimagined. We've done our job. And that's basically what we want to hit.
You did really well with Lucklin, like going into new areas or, new areas for EQ2. But if you played EQ Lucklin and you saw it, you'd know exactly where you were.
And I would say over time, we've progressed our communication between the two teams. Like in the beginning, the teams were, that larger teams, the communication was probably harder to get between the two. But as time has gone on, there's been a lot more communication. So we've learned different things of how we can share, how we can build things together, how we can build stories that can be cohesive between the two products, which is really cool. So I'd say we've gotten better with communication, which has allowed us to do the things we do today.
Okay. Let's go ahead to our next question, see what we have for EverQuest II panel. Are there any plans to do a stat squish to bring the numbers down? I'm sure this is a question that gets brought up a lot.
Yeah, it gets brought up a lot. We think about it. It's not like something we don't think about, and we've talked about it. But unfortunately, it's one of those things that it would be a massive undertaking, because we can't just go and say, okay, now, you cap at 100 at all the stats and, whatever. We would have to go back and rebalance, 20 years of content. So it's one of those things where, we're not, we think about it, but it's in the gist of things as far as time, it would be a massive undertaking. It would probably take 2 mechanics designers a year. And so when you hear other teams talk about this stuff, what you would lose, we use our mechanics designers pretty much constantly. So, it would be basically we would have to, the game would stand still for a year for us to accomplish something like that. It's a massive undertaking. Do we think we should do it? That's also another interesting question, because one of the things that I'm a big advocate of is, the people who currently play your game, they play the game because they like the game, and you always risk the chance of alienating, the people who play your game. So then there's the amount of people who have asked about a stat squish is pretty small in the gist of things. There's like aspects of like reducing the amount of complication in our game to where things are simpler to understand and there's less systems to grok and stuff like that, which is also something we've kind of been doing over the past couple expansions. Is we're kind of working on taking some things out so that there's less and simplifying some things, but it just kind of falls into that category.
Can I dovetail that into the Origin server? And I don't know if they're necessarily directly related.
Sure.
But how has that process gone? And is that an attempt to maybe, I don't want to say backtrack because that's not the right word I want to use, but is that an attempt to maybe bring that feeling back of before there was that inflation?
There is a lot of that. The Origin server is something that me and Robert Fouts have been discussing for years. We started discussing it when we launched our first group of TLEs. A lot of players who were playing would say, hey, this isn't what I wanted. This isn't what I expected. I thought you guys were going to give us like the original game. And we spent a lot of time talking about how we would accomplish that. And then finally it came to a point where everyone agreed that it was time to, try to do that. So, but yeah, it's a simpler time for EverQuest II, but it's also more hardcore. Like, so it's an interesting balance, right? Because in the current iteration of Origins, you can solo, you'll probably die a lot. You're better off with another player. And that seems to be the theme of the entire Fippy Fest. Is you're always better off with another player. So, I mean, that's right. That's the core of our games and why they're still here and why they exist is because we want you to play with other players. And, but it's more hardcore, but it's simpler as far as mechanics and understanding. Like you can understand that,
I don't know if this is a question for Dan or not, but talk about the code. Like this is different code, correctly? I mean, correct? This is, there's a slightly different set that is used for this.
So the approach on the code side is different from the design side. On the design side, we can roll back that stuff, take a snapshot, and, we have a Perforce depot, and bam, now we have what we just referred to as our 2006 data set, right? The code side, you can't just roll it back and, your art no longer works. Your database is referencing something that no longer exists. It just doesn't work. So on the code side, we get to go in and add all these controls in to where the server spins up. It's an Origin server. Now, instead of going down this code path, we do this code path. And on the client, this thing is now hidden because it's Origin. So it's a bunch of smoke and mirrors on the code side is essentially what it is. And that's kind of true for all the TLP servers. The Lore and Legend server, the old TLPs there, it's all the same code base. It's all the same art. It's all smoke and mirrors.
Okay. Now we know.
Well, we did change the art for the Origin server, though. We did revert Freeport and Kinos back to their old iterations with the old hoods and stuff and the old quests and stuff like that. So we did actually change the art, which was a massive undertaking again for Robert Fouts, because basically we had to go through and say, okay, well, it's no longer Untonica, it's Untonica_TLP, which now breaks every widget in the zone. So we literally had to figure out a way to go, okay, and when you talk about like Freeport and the hoods, it's not a couple zones. So when we changing that and reverting that, which, Tim did that and spent a lot of time doing that to try to get it as close as we could. We couldn't get it exact, obviously, because of reasons. But that broke every widget in the game. And I don't know, like, if you understand what a widget is, but our game is basically made of widgets. And it's like, I heard, I don't remember who it was, there's 1.3 million faces in this. Well, there's like 2.3 thousand widgets in each zone. So getting everything hooked back up and working and stuff was a huge undertaking in that part, and also part of why we did a pretty lengthy beta for Origins, so that we could, find all the broken widgets and quests and things that we wanted to make sure were working.
I know. Go ahead.
I
Dan.
just want to say, to build off that, I work next to Rob Fouts, and this man modifies such an insane amount of files. You could make a horror movie out of the spreadsheets this man has on his screen. I am afraid to look at his screen. It is insane.
The players, I'm sure, are very thankful for it because I know there are a lot. Even here at Fippy Fest, they're really excited about the Origin server. Do we have the next question for us? All right. Will Varsoon get Chains of Eternity? I saw some Varsoon players a little bit earlier. Will Varsoon get Chains of Eternity?
So from my personal point of view, I would love to see Varsoon continue to get expansions and stuff. I don't remember where we stopped working on that stuff because basically for a TLP or a TLE, sorry, there's so many terms that I have to, for a TLE, we have to adjust some things, you know, it's not just a copy of live, there's itemization changes, there's all kinds of stuff. So I don't know how far we went with that. I believe with Kaladin, we let it go to Chains of Eternity, but I don't remember. So someone could tell me different. But it really kind of depends on the population and how many people are still playing on the server. If it remains populated and this is what people want to do, we can discuss it. It's not a no. It becomes a no at a certain point. I'm trying to be very diplomatic.
How's the population for, or at least the beta population, because I know it hasn't launched, but the population for the Origin server, at least for beta, how has that been?
So compared to when we do an expansion beta, which, by the way, all of you people who beta test our expansions and our everything, we love you.
Round of applause for the beta testers. Yes.
You are an integral part of what we do, and we appreciate you. And if we don't tell you enough, we should, and I'm telling you now. But so when we do an expansion beta, we get a decent amount of people, but a lot of our players are like, no, I don't want to test it. I want to play it when it's done. So, and I understand that because I'm one of those people, right? So I don't want to beta test your game. I want to play it when it's done and shiny and done. So, but for our Origins beta, it was actually the highest population server, period.
Wow.
Over live.
And I don't have the date with me, so correct me if I'm wrong, but that's June 19th. That's going to go live at noon Pacific.
On Wednesday, yeah.
Let's move on to our next question, see what we have next. Will we ever see another new playable race or class? Who wants to grab the mic on this one?
Thankfully, I don't have to answer this.
I know. It all depends on what it is, too. It can be a huge amount of work. We did the Vashir. We've done the Arakan. And certain things like the Arakan use. The biggest is just time sync as far as like a new race, right? Classes on their end of all the stuff they have to hook up. And there is visuals to it also. But it becomes retrofitting outfits of all the past years. And that's our biggest time sink. Like we did the Vashir, and they use a lot of the Kara stuff, but I wanted them thicker, right? Kyle's like, I want them buffer, I want them big. So we did that. Man, I spent so much time refitting armor sets, and I went through like expansion 9, and then that took forever, and then it was just little by little. And I remember getting ready to do this because I remember back in the day in the Sarnax, I remember when the Sarnax came out, it was like for 2 years I was still fixing retrofitting stuff. Every once in a while people come up like, oh, this thing's not working right, because there's just so much content in the game of outfits and things and different little changes. You're like, oh, I didn't know that one wouldn't fit. It's just hard to know all the ins and outs of it. But yeah, we like making new stuff. We always like to expand the game, but you know, like I've said before, it all comes down to like we make more content, longer play is usually what we go to with our time.
You scored pretty good with the Free Blood when that was a new race.
Yes.
And that was really, it's like a sweet timed release for that player race, because it came right before we started doing the redo of the cities of Kinos and Freeport. So then when we did that new content, we were able to put in racial content for the Free Blood. And that was really rewarding, was being able to have new content actually put into the game that reflected that. Because previously we had a racetrack. You know, and what I mean by that is like 5 quests per race that would be very specific.
You
for
said
your
racetrack, and I was thinking like Mario Kart.
Yeah,
I
no,
thought
that's why I had to
game?
clarify. So you've had these 5 quests that would tell you about your race, kind of introduce you to the little neighborhood that you were in. And so, but we didn't have something like that for these newer races, right? And so that's part of what I think of when like new player races, like, oh gosh, all the lore I have to put in to explain how you're here all of a sudden.
Yeah, and that was a good one for us because it fit into the Dark Elf armors. So that was like a new race, which I didn't have to retrofit a lot of stuff. But they had their monster form too, where the nails like popped out and things like that. So we had to do some stuff, but overall it wasn't a big deal. And you know, I would say back then, skill set was not what it is today either, though. So it's like I'm trying to get that stuff done, but we got it.
But that means there's some skins like that we could do in the future.
Yeah, we always talk about that, like changing skins and
like we really want to put in the Coldane.
I was just gonna say that, but I didn't want to say it. I'm like, can I even say that? I mean, we're not doing it. I'm not saying we're doing it, but that's one of them. He's always asking about is Coldane. I'm like, oh yeah, it's a ice dwarf, not too hard.
For the second part of that question about a new class, we already have 26 classes. So and putting a new class in is not just like a massive amount of work for the mechanics people, but it's also like we have to tune, raids to a new class, and we don't need any more classes.
You mentioned new classes, and some of the developers I think started crying.
Yeah.
And, I was talking. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I was talking to one of our players the other day about this stuff too, and asking about some of these things, and I said it's just when we test stuff in house, we can get so far, and then when we do something like that has so many variables, and all of a sudden now we get thousands of player testing it, stuff we didn't even think about people do, and we're like, oh, then they got to retrofit and fix it again. It's not something you're just like, oh, this is exactly what's going to happen. You get a certain percentage of it, and then it's like, okay, when we send it out, then you get the feedback. You're like, oh, I didn't even know people would use it that way and make that happen.
Yeah, I forget how many races or what races we had, or how many bugs we had naked bugs with, right? like we're, hey, this kilt makes my character naked.
Family show. Let's see if we have the next question up on the screen for us here. What are some ideas or constraints to expanding the guide program?
So for EverQuest II, the only constraints are time. So this is an interesting question, and EverQuest got this question a couple times, but I actually run the guide program the best I can with the time that I have. It's very important to me. My wife used to run the guide program. This could be a whole nother segment and story. But my wife ran the guide program for many years, and then when she could no longer run it, I took it over because it was important. It is important. We love our guides. We wish we had more guides, and we also wish we had more time to do cool stuff for them. On EverQuest II, I try to put in a quest every year for the new expansion. And so the constraints are just basically the typical constraints that kind of sounds like a BS answer, but it's time, right? Like, and it's not like, I'm trying to convey how much of not a BS answer this is. Like, I would love to have more time to do more stuff for the guides because I like seeing the guides interact on the servers with players, and I think it's exciting. And also, kind of the way they do it is, hey, on this server at this time, we're going to be handing out quests, and you see a line of people. Like, they'll show up in Butcher Block, and there's 100 people lined up at the beach to get the quests, so stuff like that, which... yeah, it's definitely popular, and the guides do an amazing job. So this is a plug for the guide program.
Let's say somebody did want to become part of the guide program. What should they do?
So there's a forum where you can go and contact the guides. So understand, and that was a really terrible answer. I almost said I don't know, because I handle the account stuff for them and stuff, and I also do quests for them on EverQuest II when I have time. But so yeah, you have to contact them, and then you have to go through an apprenticeship it's pretty cool. Like it's, you know, you become an apprentice and you get to do cool stuff, and then if you get really good at it, then you become a guide, and if you do it long enough, you can become a senior guide. I work with the elder guides, and there's 2 elder guides, and these are people who have been guides for so long. Like I don't even know how they still do it, but they're amazing, and they have so much passion and love for it. It's pretty cool.
Can we give a round of applause, by the way, to the guide program? They really are a part of, an integral part of the EverQuest community. This whole Fippy Fest has been about community. They are.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about guides, too, is how many other games have you played where there's volunteer guides, you know, that run around giving out quests? There was once upon a time they used to actually do customer service, like small stuff, like name changes and this and that. And then, of course, as the business changed and as our needs changed, that changed. And a lot of guides left because they actually really loved doing that stuff. They loved helping out. I mean, and that's pretty much the mentality of most guides, is they want to help out by helping people have fun and enjoy the game. And also they enjoy it because they enjoy, you know, playing with the players, which I totally understand.
So if you want to be a part of the guide program, head to the forums and you can be a part of that. Let's go to the next question that we have for our EverQuest 2 developers. Now that itemization from agnostic dungeons has been adjusted for TLE itemization standards, could we see them launched on TLE with mid-content release in Sentinel's Fate? Who wants to tackle that question?
Well, obviously, it's not going to happen with Sentinel's Fate. I don't know the logistics of that one. That would be one that would have to be discussed with the mechanics team, because that's I'll be honest, that's a stumper.
When you guys come up with TLE ideas, what is it that you think about? Like obviously with the Origins server, what made you decide to go in that direction versus another direction for this next server?
It was just kind of trying to provide people like a original, pure, you know, experience of EverQuest 2. I'm having this problem with the mic where I turn my head and the mic doesn't turn with me. But it's something that we've been wanting to do, give people this original. So, I mean, it goes back to what we discussed earlier when we launched, I believe it was Fallen Gate. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. The first TLE, there was a lot of players. And let me tell you, a lot of people came back to play on those servers. And but there was a lot of sentiment that was like, hey, this isn't what we wanted. We wanted something that was like, I mean, obviously not corpse shard, experience shards or like stuff like that was really not popular. But, you know, they wanted more of an original, authentic, you know, experience of EverQuest 2. So that's what we're trying to provide with Origins. As far as the TLE, it's a different play style, but it's similar. I like both. I think both server styles are really cool. And I know there's players that want to play on TLEs and not the Origins server because the Origins server might be a little too hardcore for them. Not saying that so I'm not insulting the TLE difficulty as far as like, I think it's more approachable for solo players though. I mean, the group content is still challenging and obviously raids are still challenging for TLEs, but
Why do you think the Origin servers had such a pull for the players? Why do you think it's been the one that's been the most populated, even though it's still only in beta?
It's just a huge nostalgia thing, you know. I mean, there's a lot. I've talked to a lot of players. I can't tell you how many people I said like, oh, I played EQ2 the first like 2 years, you know. I mean, people move on from games, right? Like the ones who really get into it, they play it, they'll leave, they'll come back. I mean, obviously with EverQuest, that's been a cycle for 25 years.
Yeah, I think you're going to see that happen in EverQuest 2 as well. You know, lagging behind because the launch date was 4.5, 5 years later. I think you'll see that with EverQuest 2. It's really the nostalgia factor for the TLEs kicking in.
Yeah, I hope so.
I think they really enjoy the difficulty is what I've been hearing from talking with people. They're really looking forward to the difficulty.
Yeah, it's like, it's weird. It's a different mentality. Like, well, this XP is way too high, dude. You need to lower the XP. Like,
what?
You know, yeah. And you know, I mean, when we were playtesting it, it's like I got out there and I thought I was badass. I had my brigand, you know, and I'm like going. There's this one quest on the newbie island where you have to go like harvest these rocks, and there's just a ton of dudes there. And I'm like, hey, no problem, I'm gonna harvest. And you're trying to like pull them off, but they social. And so you had to plan your mini dings. I don't know if you know what that means, but it's like, I'm close to the end of this level, so I'm gonna kill this guy, and hopefully when I kill him, I'm gonna get a heal, and then I'll be able to take out the next guy. So it's kind of, it is definitely more challenging.
Okay, let's go to our next question. What are some of the devs' favorite things that they've worked on within the past year? And for this one, we'll start on the left and we'll go all the way down to the right. So Kyle, we'll start with you. What do you think has been your favorite thing that you've worked on in the past year? It's going to be a little difficult for them to answer because remember, they're ahead of the content cycle that we're currently playing.
Yeah.
So they may not be able to tell us certain things because that's going to be released. But give us a general idea.
I mean, aside from the excitement of Origins, I always really enjoy the expansions. And I really enjoy seeing like the stories that this guy over here crafts. I mean, we're all involved, right? Like and he also is very sweet to us and doesn't say, no, that's stupid when we have stupid ideas. But it's one of those things where it's like we come up with an idea kind of as a team and we get behind it and everybody's got ideas. But I really love seeing the expansions launch. And I'll be honest, my favorite part of that is seeing the key art and the music, which we do. By the way, we're still doing new key art and new music for each expansion.
Round of applause for that, by the way. Continuing to produce amazing art and content.
Yeah, so just the finished product and seeing people enjoy it, that's probably my favorite thing each year.
Nathan?
There was a couple different story points this last year in the expansion where I didn't really know what I was going to do, like what was going to branch from one challenge to another. And it was digging through old content, old EQ documentation, and old forums where EQ players had talked about the things that they remembered from these zones. And I got to say, well, since we're going back to Kingdom of Sky, or we're going back to the Plane of Sky, what could I put in that we didn't put in the first time when we were there? And so I got to pick up some of those threads again. And those are rewarding for me, is being able to tie that back in and surprise and delight some players that know the lore and, oh, you're going to recognize this guy. You're gonna recognize him talking backwards to you.
Dan?
It would be working on Origin stuff as well. It always brought just kind of new challenges, right? Like we're breaking up the Freeport Combined back into separate zones, and now they need their own maps back. So it's kind of like, okay, well, now I need a new map system that's specific to Origins. And then, Tim, or I guess both you guys needed the moon to be, yeah. So it's like, well, how do we do this? Another problem to solve, but in those zones on that server, it, loads different assets, right? So those kind of challenges are always fun. For the most part, some of them are not so fun. But that kind of stuff, working on those new server types, just those new kind of issues, kind of keep you on your toes. So that's a lot of fun. But other than that, it's not really fun for a player's perspective, but we got to do a bit of code cleanup, which was good. We always kind of have these... Yeah, last year was on the marketplace. We it's a... Back in the day, this code didn't work the way, it needed to for some aspects, so we fractured it, and we have this duplicated code, and it's one of those things where you're just staring at it like, why does this exist? And, finally getting to clean that up is very satisfying.
Tim?
Aside from working on the expansion itself, Aether, as we discussed earlier, I actually really enjoyed working on Origins. Since I've been on the team since launch, Origins was like a challenge of my memory of how basically all the launch zones were in the beginning and how close could we actually get them back to that, so that when you walked into Freeport or even Antonica, Common Lands, that they were as true to their original self as we could get them. And it was literally an Easter egg hunt. I mean, things you don't realize like added after launch. Like for a while, you know, I had Common Land set up, and I'm reworking the crossroads to be old Freeport from new Freeport and blocking off stuff that shouldn't have been there. And for the longest time, I left the Guildhall Island like sitting out in the water. And then I just look at it, I'm like, when did we add? That shouldn't be there. And then all of a sudden I'm like, oh crap, now I got to go back to Antonica. I got to remove it from there. And then of course, you know, getting into the cities, which was, we won't talk about that, but the cities were crazy to like undo, but it was amazing.
Before I get to Dave, I want to follow up on that. Were there any things, because you mentioned it, were there any things that you couldn't get to, that you just didn't have, it was lost to time or for whatever reason, that you had to massage a little bit?
Without being too technical, there was a point where we moved our asset database to a new format, and certain things from a certain time just weren't pulled forward, like revision histories. So some things I couldn't touch and bring back pure, we'll say, but we went digging in a lot of files and found bits and pieces that we could kind of rebuild to try and get it there. So there's some things that are, you know, a little newer, but for the most part, we tried to remove things to make it seem like, you know, it was from launch. It was a challenge, and it was fun, but I think that's the benefit of having, you know, stewards of, you know, the game, like, have been on it for so long that that's when that expertise and that knowledge really comes into play, is we're able to sit in a room and go, we want to do Origins, can you do this? And of course, you know, like, oh my gosh, you're thinking of like the nightmare it's going to be. But then once you start going and realize, you know, we've got this crew of people who have done this for so long, and we just start knocking it out. And I was hammering this guy, like, here's a new zone. It's got to point to this. And we started this running list of every copy that we had to make. And then obviously Luckland came up like he's talking about. We weren't even thinking about it. I think Nathan mentioned it. I'm like, But I was like, well, I can rebuild it, but, you know, or shatter it. And this guy has to figure it out. And then the maps, and it was a lot. And then even the character select screen, that was an undertaking we took on. You know, it was in, like, you didn't realize, and I had to go scouring like the internet for YouTube videos of like, what did this thing function like? You know, I had bits and pieces, but I couldn't see it in motion. And we basically rebuilt it to try and be as close to the original. And apparently that went over really well, so it makes us feel happy.
Dave?
Okay, it's been a bit, but this question was favorite thing of the year.
Favorite
right?
thing of the last year, yeah. Just
we kind of went through. I'm like, let me make sure I got the right question. And it's also
reset the question.
Yeah.
So over the last year, what is the thing that you think has been your favorite?
Well, the last year, you know, it's usually whatever the current thing I've done is, right? And there's certain, like the thing we showed today, that's probably one of my favorite things I've worked on recently. It's always usually the most recent thing. And like one of my favorite things I worked on, you guys have, maybe, I don't know when you've fought it, but it was the Vampire Abomination that I did a little while back. Like that's one thing where I'm like, every once in a while I make something like, I want to 3D print that into a model like this size and have it on my desk. That thing would be awesome. And I do have something on my dock that's coming up that I think once I do that, because it's going to be maybe our next act, that might be my favorite. But I can't, you know.
I have two follow-up questions now. The first follow-up is, how many of the developers, and this will be for the ones on the stage, but also in the audience, have 3D printed things in the game? Are there things that, there's at least 4 hands going up of developers that have 3D printed things. Anybody on the stage 3D printed anything?
No, Carlos has talked to me because he's got to print. He's like, dude, we got to print something up. I just never have the time to do it. And I'm like, dude, we should do that. I should figure that out. And I just haven't done it yet.
And just the low poly count. Yeah.
Well, a lot of the stuff, well, that's the stuff, some of the stuff, the models we make before, like that behemoth looking thing, like that is all done high res first. So we can print that up and it'll look awesome.
I want to ask, and I want to start again with Kyle and go down the line because someone brought it up, but just briefly, how many years of experience you have working on these games? Some of you may have both games, but on these games, just a quick check of how much years experience we have across the board here. Kyle?
Long time. So I've been with the company 23 years.
Okay.
But as far as EverQuest II, it's like 17, 18. I'm not even really sure. So I was an apprentice designer. These are not stories you want to hear. For a very long time, while I worked in CS, I started out as a GM, which, by the way, was freaking awesome. Being a GM on EverQuest was amazing. It was probably the most fun I've ever had in my entire life. I'm not even being sarcastic. But yes, about 17, 18 years.
Nathan?
21 with the company. I started with EQOA customer service, and but it's been 20 years with EQ2, and I was an apprentice under Desert of Flames is when I came in.
Okay.
So yeah, that was a while ago.
Dan?
I didn't really add up all the years. I don't really care to. But I first started on EQ2 when I was apprentice on Desert of Flames and EQ2 QA. And then I got hired, I think, in 2006, still in QA for actual Sony Online Entertainment. And then in QA became, I think through the Sentinel's Fate cycle, it was the QA lead. And then after that cycle, Nick Parkinson was the associate producer at the time, and he was the one I was working directly with, and he was leaving. And so that kind of opened up an opportunity on the development team, and that's kind of how I snuck in there around 2010. Yeah,
So Nick Parkinson, for those that don't know, is the son of Keith Parkinson, who did the original EverQuest oil paintings that a lot of our Fippy Fest in-person attendees were able to see. If you had to put a number on it, what's that number? Number of years?
Oh, God. Yeah, I think 18-ish.
Okay,
maybe?
I'm trying to see if we can get to 100 years on this panel. That's what I'm trying to see if we can get to.
That's the number I'll go with.
Tim?
I think I just rolled 21 years.
Okay, I think we're doing pretty good. Our batting average is pretty good here.
All on EQ2, and my very first zone, just to have a fun story, was Antonica. I literally handed the design document for Antonica. I would burn that zone to the ground now if I could.
I started in 06. My first internship was on EQ1. I was doing weapons and icons and stuff like that. Then the next year I went on to EQ2 and doing weapons and stuff, and then I kind of rolled out. And then I don't know when it happened, but halfway through the cycle I ended up taking over character stuff for EQ1, EQ2, and and that's when the communication really started happening, and we started sharing stuff and like, oh, we can do that, and we can do this, and breaking barriers there, and that was really cool. So it's been a while. It's been a really good journey. And I still look back at some of the first stuff I did, and I'm like, thank you for giving me a chance. Oh my God, back then I'm like, I'm like, thank you, thank you for letting me try.
So I think if we roughly add that up, I think between the five, it's pretty close to 100 years of EverQuest development experience just in this panel. Incredible stuff. I want to go to the next question so we can get to some more of our player questions here. Is there any plan to have a TLE run into expansions beyond Sky Shrine and or start and end at a later expansion than previous TLEs? We kind of touched on this maybe a little bit earlier.
We kind of just talked about this. There's no plan, but it's not, I don't want to say it's off the table. It's just time and work. So, but
what's the biggest complication moving forward from where you are?
So the biggest complication is actually, and that involves Carlos Mora, who's the raid designer, is he has to go in and rebalance stuff. Like literally every expansion has to be rebalanced by hand, right? And then we also have to mess with itemization pretty much every expansion, which is no small task. So it involves pretty much half the team. So it's one of those things where, and it's not something that I want to say flat out no to, because I don't like saying flat out no to anything, but it's one of those things where we would have to gauge, I mean, I believe the plan is to keep doing TLEs as far as and origin style servers. So like we're not giving up on that. So
it goes on the list, and then the list gets prioritized. And
right. Yeah.
Maybe not as high a priority as anybody would want. Let's go to the next question and see what we have. Do we have another question there? Does the update to 64-bit clients and servers, as well as DirectX 11, signal an update to the graphics in the game soon?
I can kind of answer that. That's like a very broad question. because you can't really define what that upgrade is. We have done some substantial upgrades and added some new features. Obviously, for about the past 10 years now, we've been building zones completely different. And it's not just necessarily that we're going to update the engine. We care about performance as well. We just don't throw more in. But it's also us getting better as artists to create, like what you've seen throughout the day on both games. With the same tool set we have, we don't necessarily always need something better to make stuff look better. We just need to get better. But that said, DX11 aside, which was fun, we have some awesome coders, and I'd like to give a shout out. I don't even know where he is. Chris Burt, there he is.
Hey, round of applause.
So he's been making our life so much easier and better, helping fix a lot of our pipeline issues and giving us some graphical requests, like we mentioned in Aether, just working with some old shaders. He's got to dive into something that's 20 years old, figure it out, and then give us hooks to control it. That's not simple. But we do have coming up, and we can't show it. We're still testing it, but he did give us some features where we can actually go back to old zones of the last 10 years and add kind of an extra layer of polish and shine, we'll say, to really kind of make things pop. And we're hoping to do that during the next cycle, like kind of revitalizing some zones. And, it won't be a night and day, but it'll be something that we've really, really wanted to do just to improve the quality of the zone work in particular.
I got to remember what the question was again.
64-bit DirectX 11.
Oh, DX11. Well, yeah, that's why I handed it to Tim, because he's been dealing with all the DX11 stuff. And Tim's got the graphics stuff down. So I usually ask him, like, hey, what's going on here? And then, like Tim was saying too, we've gotten better. There's stuff in game that the texture res, the geo counts are lower. It actually, from a machine perspective, PC perspective, is easier on your machines, but it looks better because we've gotten better. So it's just, and I always break it down like we're just making pixels change colors, right? And once you kind of understand that, it's a flat screen, and we're using programs and different things to like make those different pixels change colors to give the impression of 3D, give the impression of what's going on. So render times are faster, and we're making stuff look better. So that's great.
I want to ask a follow-up question to that, because I know we've all been a fan. I am really personally a fan of Aether Rotlands, the beauty of that zone. And I know you can't tell us anything about the next expansion, but are there plans to continue with that kind of beauty and depth to the intensity of the colors that we're seeing, the beauty of the zones? Anybody want to tackle that one?
I can answer that. Yes. No.
We're always trying to constantly go up. And every time we start, we look at a blank slate. We're terrified. Like, how do we one-up ourselves, for our own growth and to surprise you guys? I cannot answer that question explicitly. A lot is in motion. As Kyle had explained earlier, our development process has really only begun this year. But we want to, and it's always a goal. And because it makes us happy too, particularly seeing the feedback and, all the praise, across the board. Keeps us motivated, and also make sure that we do one up ourselves. We don't want to just go, well, that's as good as it gets.
Very cool. If you've not seen Aether Rotlands, we showed some stuff earlier, but it really is one of my favorite zones. Let's go to the next question and see what we do have for us. There have been a number of abilities that have had trigger limits placed on them. Are there any plans to address the class balance impacts on TLE related to these changes as abilities? I won't say what he said off camera or off mic.
I don't know anything about that. But so this is one of those things where we can start toting our brand new shiny forums. Go and post this stuff on the forums, and if it's a bug, post it in the bug forum, and if it's feedback, post it in the feedback forum. But
is that the best place for the players to do feedback? Is it the forums or Discord, or is it just primarily the forums?
Definitely not Discord.
Okay.
No, because that
Noted.
gets lost so quickly. Like there's no way that we can go back and read everybody's comments on Discord. That should be an instant, just like I'm having a conversation live with someone, I'm not expecting that to go anywhere or be conveyed or be copied or don't expect it won't happen. But the forums are there always, right? We can always go back and call it back up. and see the feedback there. But also the in-game, there is still the /bug and /feedback that we get delivered to us every day. It's collected at the end of the day and it's sent to us the next. And so we get it. And that gets sent out to each of us individually. So definitely utilize both. We're good. Like you think, well, why should I do both? You know, like I'm kind of doubling up my own work. But there's actually more information taken with each one kind of separately. So they both have their own pluses and negatives. You do the /bug and we get all this information, what server you're on, exactly what location you're at, who you're targeting, right? And your character name. And then, but you don't have to post all that publicly. Public post is something different. And then we can then come back to you and ask follow-up questions with the public one. Or other players can then come in and say, oh yeah, I had that experience too, and I found that if you did this, it solved the problem. So like, there's really good pluses to having both work in tandem.
All right, so again, players, utilize those forums, the nice, shiny new forums, because they do look very nice. Make sure you check those out. Do we have the next question for us?
Well,
I'm sorry.
I was just going to say on the trigger stuff also, and this is something that Rob's very familiar with. Some of these limitations are there for a reason. As far as things triggering off other things, if that's what we're talking about, that can cause performance problems. So some of these limitations may be intended.
Right. Okay. That question popped up briefly, but I don't think anybody had a chance to read it. The new event avatar encounters have been a welcome set of new content for TLE players. Are there any plans to put some form of rewards on TLE for doing this content?
I thought we did have some rewards on TLE for doing the content. I know that we had discussed putting hunters coins on the avatars, like the previous hunter coins or something like that. I don't know what's there right now. Hunter's coins and Year of Darkpaw coins. So yeah, as far as like itemization, there are no plans to do anything of that form. These were meant to be, you know, more fun than anything, and especially on the TLE. So giving people stuff that they want or need, like coins that they can use in the expansion, or they can use in the, you know, for the previous hunters stuff, which we did for, that's another quest thing that we did for TLEs that are only on TLEs, where they can earn items that aren't necessarily in the current drop tables. They're a little bit better than the stuff like, say, that's in the current expansion.
Do you have metrics on how often people are completing those specific quests in the game? Do you know about like what's been more popular, what's not been more popular? Are those things that are, I'm just curious, this is just a me question, I was just asking. Are there ways that those types of things are recorded for you guys?
Not really. I mean, there's logs, obviously. We log everything. We could run a log and say, how many times has somebody completed X quest? And I have done that in the past, just for my own, you know, personal, like, I put a quest in and I wanted to see how many times somebody completed it, because if no one's completing it, then there's a problem. Like, say, for instance, when we did the Epic Weapons, Epic Weapons and Epic Weapons 2.0, those, we were running logs to see how many people were completing them, because there was like stuff that was hidden in those quests. So if no one's completing them, then there could be a problem, or there could be no problem at all. So it's one of those things that we definitely have the ability to look and see, but it also is not quick. Nothing in our game is quick.
Let's see if we have the next question. Are there any plans to add a persona system like EQ1 has that would allow us to change classes on the same character? It's an interesting prospect.
Yeah, it's something that I've wanted to do. It's something that I wanted to do for quite a while, but there's like so many other complexities, like quests, and it would be quite a bit of work. I don't know that it's impossible, but it would definitely be a large amount of work for code and, you know, for mechanics and for everybody, but it's something that I would like to do.
I saw Dan kind of, you were shaking your head.
I'm not 100% familiar. I mean, I get the gist of obviously changing, and obviously all that stuff has to be tracked, and, you know, whatever the mechanic or interface for switching. So, yeah, I mean, like he says, could it be done? Probably. It would just be a large amount of work.
Let's go to our next question that we have. I believe this may be one that we're going to ask of each of you. So what is your favorite, and I will take out the most favorite, what is your favorite and treasured memory, most treasured memory, after working on EQ2 for over 2 decades? So we pose that question to each of you. What is the thing that you treasure the most? What is the thing that has been the most rewarding? We'll start with Kyle. We'll go down the line here.
This is a complicated question for me because obviously, you know, there's the people who play your games and the community, and that's who we do it for. And that's basically what drives us, you know, to do it every day. But for me, it's the relationships. I have met a lot of people working for this company, and I still have a lot of friends. I mean, a lot of friends who don't, you know, work for the company anymore. They've moved on to other opportunities or different opportunities. But for me, it's the relationships. I have made lifetime relationships with these people that I believe will never, you know, cease to exist. They're amazing people. As long as we take the effort to contact each other. Yeah, but it's really been the relationships.
Nathan?
2 different answers I want to go into. One is the personal connections. Being able to be part of something where I can see that lives have been touched and hear those stories of people who are struggling and that EverQuest II was there as a safety net, but also a community so that they could still communicate and they could get over what challenges they were facing at that time. Just hearing those stories and knowing that I'm somehow a part of that is both baffling and humbling. And so that is like always going to be the first thing that comes to mind. The second is the stories that I get to craft. And I'm a child of the 80s. I played with all sorts of different intellectual properties growing up. You know, you get to play with all sorts of toys. And that's what I'm doing to this day, is I feel just like I am this steward of somebody else's like world. And yet I get to play with their toys. And I'm having a blast with it. So whenever I get to do that and feel like I'm putting something in and honoring what has come before is just such a great memory for me to be able to hold on to and be like, I got to do that.
Dan?
Kind of go back to, you know, when I was in QA and then working on devs. So back when I was in QA, I mean, a dev was just a name on a release note. It was a name on an email. Never saw these guys. We were in this building. They were in that building. So, I mean, one of the biggest things is when I, you know, finally became lead, I started having meetings with these guys like, oh man, I'm putting, you know, a face to a name now. So, in kind of like you said, just meeting people and getting the opportunity to work on the dev team, like those are by far the best memories.
Tim?
Hey, Kyle, am I allowed to mention the beer-a-thons?
Oh, yeah.
Well, those were great. We did them once a year. I would definitely say exactly what Kyle said. Obviously, the relationships and working with all these people for so long and so closely, you really get to know them. But game-wise, seeing players go into the expansion or reading the forums and seeing them post stuff and being, you know, leveling along with them and watching them explore and kind of like, you know, shadowing how they see stuff and explore stuff, and are they going to catch what I put in there, or are they going to talk about it? And sometimes we're disappointed, like they didn't see that, you know. But those are my favorite moments. Personally, I've always had a odd soft spot for Oak Mist Forest. I don't know why. It's just intimate, and you know, sun's coming through the trees, and it's, you know, it's a very small zone. It kind of hits all the like classic tropes, and I just really like. There's also no bushes in Oak Mist Forest, like. But that'd probably be it for me.
Dave, get the last word.
All right. Well, obviously, we always talk about the fan connection. I mean, you can't beat that, being able to make games, love making games. And like Kyle said, it's, the friendships and things you don't realize, like Kyle mentioned, keeping connections. Like, when we were in office, Tim and I would go for walks every day. Like, that was our lunchtime walk, right? And then we start working from home. And one time I hit him up on Teams chat. I'm like, hey, we haven't talked in 4 months? He's all bullcrap. I'm like, no, dude, check the chat. We haven't talked in 4 months. And like Kyle said, it's like keeping those connections. Sometimes you get so locked down, and so working with the people we love, making those connections, and then just daily, like Tom and I are like kids, man. Well, we get to make stuff. He animates it. We have such a blast. We have a blast making games, and we get to build this for our players who appreciate us, and we get that feedback, and it can't be more rewarding.
And our players do appreciate you. Let's give a big round of applause to our panel. Kyle Valee, Nathan McCall, Dan Hosford, Tim Heidelar, and Dave Brown. Thank you guys so much. Now, coming up, we're going to go to a quick break, but then after that, we'll have some closing remarks from here at Fippy Fest. We really have had some incredible fun here at Fippy Fest Celebration for both today on our live stream. Thank you to our live streaming audience that's been watching us, but also to our in-person Fippy Fest ambassadors. Round of applause for all of our ambassadors that were able to make it, and the devs as well. We've seen some amazing art. We've seen some new expansion information and more information about EverQuest's 31st expansion, The Outer Brood, and EverQuest II's 21st expansion, Scars of Destruction, will be revealed in the producer's letter in the fall. So if you want more information on that, you will have to wait just a little bit longer, but I think we've given you a good sneak peek. We've also learned about the Origins official launch server. We talked a little bit about it today. We talked about it during our EverQuest II panel. That is June 19th at noon Pacific will be the launch of the Origins server. So looking forward to that. I know there's some players here that are looking forward to it as well. And of course, we all have the huge amount of content that is happening in-game for the Year of Darkpaw in EQ, the Anniversary Tower, monthly free giveaways in EQ2. We've got the Masquerades of Divinity. The Year of Darkpaw isn't even halfway over, so we have so much more to look forward to. But before we log out for the day here at Fippy Fest, we've got a few bits of unfinished business that we do have to do. First of all, if you've been following along on social media, you know that it's been a great undertaking in creating the puzzle contest that has been unveiled over the past 80 days or so. It's been going on for over 2 months on Facebook, Twitter, and on Instagram. And by the way, those maps that have been revealed are available in the swag store right now. But just before Fippy Fest, that contest concluded, and it's my job at this point to announce the winners. So if you are watching our live stream right now, this is the point at which I announce the winners, and of course more information about this will be posted a little bit later. But let me start with the EverQuest winners, and I'm going to go through this for Facebook, for Instagram, and for X as well. So for Facebook, the first place winner is Overlord Krog. The second place winner is Kate Seguros, and I'm going to do my best to try to pronounce all of these, as some of them are Twitter handles and things. But for Facebook, the third place winner is Jordan Hall. For Instagram on EverQuest, the first place winner is Hall Around LA. The second place winner is Mastanu89. The third place winner is Pips Was Here. For X, or formerly known as Twitter, it's a different Pips, I'm pretty sure. The first place winner for X, formerly known as Twitter, the first place winner is Jordan. The second place winner, this is the name, Truebox Sucks. That's the name that's on my list here. And Corin, it's a tie there. So the second place for EverQuest for X is actually a tie. Truebox Sucks and Corin. The third place winner is Kobe Wolf. That's the EverQuest winners. Round of applause for the EverQuest winners on social media. There's a lot of trivia in that contest, so it was fun to see all of the trivia questions that were made available for people to answer. Let's talk about the EverQuest II side. For Facebook, the first place winner, Ross Kunha, and I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, but again, these will be posted. The second place winner is also a tie there for Facebook on the EverQuest II side, Justin Gales and John Christopher. The third place winner, Lisa S. In Instagram, the first place winner is 2UKK0. I'm not going to try to pronounce that. I guess it's maybe Tuoko. The second place winner is Irish Eyes 1969. Our third place winner is Kusahorn. And on X, formerly known as Twitter, the first place winner, Arathor, second place winner, Steven, and the third place winner, Ross Kunha. Again, if you want all of those winners for EverQuest and EverQuest II, those will be posted shortly, and you will be contacted through those social media services. But please, a round of applause for all of our social media contestants that were playing along. That was a long contest. It was nice to see it revealed day by day, seeing the pieces being taken away. You're going to be contacted with a code for your prize, and that's probably going to happen within the next week or so. We mentioned the maps that were revealed by that contest. They are available in the swag store now. They make great pocket squares. This is the old map because I haven't purchased one of the new maps just yet. but you can do that as well. And for the live stream, they're going to be available on demand. All of this live stream that you're watching right now is going to be available on demand, so you can go back and watch any part of Fippy Fest that perhaps you missed if you were live streaming throughout the day. Before I let you go for this evening, I want to take a little personal moment here, and I apologize if I'm going to get a little emotional. Before Fippy Fest started, literally the day before, I received a message on Discord, and I want to share it with you. I've changed a little bit because I didn't want to give away some of the information, but I do want to mention it to you. And again, I apologize. I am going to get a little emotional. It said, "Hi, Fading. I just wanted to take a moment to say thanks. My brother had been playing Eteru, a 125 monk, on Erelisimar for the last 24 years. He was really looking forward to the live stream for Fippy Fest this weekend, but sadly he passed away unexpectedly last week. He was a very private and withdrawn person, but he came to life whenever he logged into EQ. We were going through some old notes after he passed, and I found notepads full of handwritten stats and breakdowns of every skill and spell and aspect of his class that he had used to optimize his character. But in addition to trying to be the best at his class, he loved helping others. It might have just been his desire to be the smartest person in the room, but he loved using his knowledge to improve the gameplay of those around him. Kilsadi, I just want to say thank you for sharing the memory of you and your brother. This is what Fippy Fest is all about. I know it seems silly to get emotional over a game, but these are real people, and this game means an awful lot to those people. It's more than just pixels on the screen. It's an outlet, it's a facilitator to building and strengthening the bonds between real people. In keeping with that sense of community, I want to say a personal thank you myself. Thank you to the development team. Round of applause for the development team. Both past and present, that continue to build and enrich this world of Norath that means so much to us. But also as a fan of EverQuest, this is a dream come true to be at a fan event, but also to be able to host this fan event. And it has really been a true joy, and I thank each and every one of you for that. I want to thank Daybreak Games for understanding the need for this event. There is a need for this event. The players, the developers need this event as well. It is so important to the community. I want to say thank you to Darkpaw Games for all the hard work that they put into this event, to Fippy Fest. The developers for taking the time out of their very busy workload to spend a little bit of time reminiscing about these worlds that we inhabit. And especially Jen Chan, thank you so much, without whose leadership the Darkpaw team would not have the extraordinary efficiency that they do today. Absolutely, a round of applause. Very quickly, the Daybreak marketing team, especially Joy Fox, for helping to coordinate all of the pieces of Fippy Fest, along with the Darkpaw EverQuest brand manager, Stephen Hyland. Stephen, where are you? Stephen, I don't know where he is. He's probably working on something. He has worked incredibly hard on this event. But of the very most importance, I really want to say thank you to the fans, to the players, to the community. To the fans that were able to make it to Fippy Fest today, it's been a pleasure to chat with you. I hope that we keep chatting as we enter a little secondary part of our day today over at Battle Mage Brewing Company. It has been wonderful to meet and to get to know many of you, and I hope we continue to do so. To the fans and the players around the world that are watching this live stream, I want to say thank you so much for watching. I hope you have enjoyed it as much as we have had the chance to produce it. For myself and all of you at Darkpaw and Daybreak teams, thank you. Thank you. You are the reason for this game and the wonderful world of Norath that endures. Here's to 25 more years of EverQuest. Thank you, Fippy Fest, and I'll see you in Norath.